redacción y escritura, entonces ella no va a disponer. Muy bien, maestra.
Sí, maestro, estamos listos. Cuando los invito, por favor, y esperamos en los segundos.
¿Cómo no? Ya listo, Oscar. ¿Ya podemos empezar? No, yo les invito, yo les invito. Muy buenos días, tengan todos ustedes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the 7th Regional Conference of Social Work and Immigration, Mexico, United States, Canada, and Central America, with the theme Exodus and Migrant Trajectories between Rupture and Reconstruction. Today, we're going to start with discussion table number 4 with violence. And we give the floor to moderator Melissa Torres from the University of Yale, United States. Go ahead, doctor. Thank you. Thank you for coming here. Like they tell you, my name is Dr. Melissa Torres. I'm working currently at Yale University in diversity, race, and migration. I investigate migration and human trafficking based in the Americas, and this originated in the Rio Grande Valley, Texas. And I have the opportunity to listen to the panel of today with you. Thank you, presenters, for your time and the great work that you're going to share with us. We only have 15 minutes per presentation, and then we have a space for Q&A, like 10 minutes for that. We are going to try not to interrupt, so I'm going to lift the hand or raise the hand to let you know when the time is over, okay? So let's start with Francisco Javier Perez Luna of Unity, Iztapalapa, Mexico, and is processes of labor integration, obstacles and strategies in groups internally displaced, forcibly internally displaced. The case of Chiapas, Mexico. Go ahead, Francisco. Good morning. It's a pleasure to hear you all, and I'm pleased to share this space with you. I will request the projection of my slide, please. Can you? Thank you very much. This project was part of, this is my final presentation and the communication of results. So the name is Processes of Labor Integration, Obstacles and Strategies for the Forced Internally Relocated Groups. The case of Chiapas, Mexico. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the center of this investigation about the processes of labor integration of people displaced because of violence is located in the houses of Chiapas, Mexico. This city it is in a region called the region of the high mountains. It's predominantly indigenous, and we have rural work. And I'm talking about the mobility of the people in that house, in those houses on the region of the high mountains in Chiapas. So for this investigation, we thought it was necessary to analyze the workspace area there. So we were looking to give an answer to the central cause of what it was causing these people to relocate. And we were focusing on talking to the people from their place of origin. So let's talk about the structural elements contributing to this labor integration. Next slide, please. This is the methodology that we used. And for this, we tried to situate the problematic from a methodology perspective. And this was an isolated analysis, taking into account the following elements to analyze and visualize the case and have a a direct result. This was from what the phenomenon multidimensionality represents. This is a weird term, however, it recognizes the transformative nature of reality. So this is how this is indicated. I believe it was an attractive option to look for because it represents all the versions of reality. And this way, I believe it was needed to analyze the historical perspective that was affecting these people in general. And then we're going to be talking about the historical dynamics that you don't think about something that's affecting you socially. However, this was just taken as a support. And we wanted to have a qualitative and quantitative analysis. So next slide, please. So about the theory perspective, we have different elements. So we were looking this for the through this theoretical perspective. For example, we were trying to see workforce as a social perspective. So let's say the segmentation of the segmentation of workplaces and then the regulation first the segmentation that different social groups were going through on the workplace, and then these differences were the ones who were one of the causes of the workforce and also the lack of people willing to work, and whenever they wanted to work they didn't have enough for them to have a high income job. So this was the first main cause, but also we saw this as a secondary effect because we also saw the processes of segmentation that we took into account. For example, ethnic groups, social groups from a different origin, let's say from abroad, and also the way that they were included on the workforce, etc. Please, next slide. And the next one that we used on this process, and I wanted to avoid being redundant, it was not only necessary to analyze the dynamic of this process, but that is why we were talking about social exclusion. So this is for labor dimensions in different social groups. And it's not only focused on labor matters, but also in matters like the reception of the rights and also political participation in different communities. Next slide, please. So now we have the results, and this is the analysis of this team with the topic. We started having this historical revision, and we wanted to know the consequence and the cause of the segmentation of the workplace or the job market. Well, these places were mostly inhabited inhabited place, and in this place we had a big population, and then little by little we saw that they couldn't afford to stay. So after that, other people in the 70s or 20s because of religious causes, and after that in the 90s because of political causes, we saw many people came to the city. Those people were once relocated, and the relocation was in as accepted by several political movements. And because of this, they are disputing the right of the city. And this is a very bad competition on the workforce. And we see a lot of peddlers in the market and also on the streets. And then we already saw that many people came here to live because of construction and also production. And it was part of the labor integration of this population. And about the quantitative analysis that we performed, the relocated indigenous people had an inverted labor integration. So we were trying to see if it was positive or negative, and it was through the quantitative analysis, and it was for the national survey for work competency. And this would the statistics says that they establish a general framework for the people in a working age of the population in Chiapas. So we saw this that was extremely related to the labor reintegration. They had a low quality jobs at that time. The characteristics of these workplaces were they had a secondary effect, and they didn't have enough income security. So as a consequence, we saw the opportunity of recognize the labor quality and the need of a better and the need of a better job place because of these indicators. The social benefits, income security, the hours they work, representation, and also job security. Next slide, please. So one of the first problems for this population that are trying to reintegrate labor integration on San Cristobal de las Casas is because we were doing this analysis, a qualitative analysis, and they established the determinants of labor reintegration in different categories. The first one was the characteristics of with which you go to the job market. We identified age as one of the characteristics of this category. And one of the main aspects that we have to talk about is the youth. And this is in a more contextual way. Chiapas is the third state in the Republic with a higher number of workers who are young people. 4 out of 10 young workers receive a good payment. They don't have a contract with their companies. And then for these people who were relocated and went to live in San Cristobal de las Casas, everything is related with the work as peddlers. And there were people who were looking for job integration, and they went to this resource as a backup. However, these people who are street vendors are obligated to pay for the right to be selling their things on the streets. And the second characteristic is the ethnic origin. It determines whether they're gonna have a good job condition or if they're gonna have a good income job. That is why they call ethnicity as one reason of discrimination in San Cristobal de las Casas. So of course, we cannot only see a segmented space here in the States, but we also have some other processes of segmentation. Segmentations for age, because of age, and also for ethnic origin. The next determinant was the social network. This is one of the main ways that these people can reintegrate in a society. And regularly these are regulated by the unions on the situation of peddling. And this is not only for those people who were relocated to the city, but also other organizations like the church and other civil organizations are helping these people, saying that they are advocates for human rights. So these organizations are one of the main institutions who are of help for these people, and these people consider them as helpful. And of course, these institutions have a higher control on these indigenous or relocated people, even more so than governmental institutions. And this is only for social regulations, and they don't follow with official regulations. And now we're going to talk about strategies. For these people talking in San Cristobal, the family of the people who were relocated always are always trying to implementing or acquiring different abilities. For example, they learn to write and to learn Spanish. And it has helped them to have a better participation and more presence of on the workforce in the city. However, this is not a guarantee for a better process of in the workforce because they still have a bad conditions works, bad condition job uh, as a consequence. And we can highlight the strategies comparing this on the job market between boys and women, because this is a family distribution of labor. Now, man is not the main breadwinner, but the whole family or the members of the family are the ones who are integrating as in the labor force. So the next one is the social and cultural institutions. And when we're talking about the job market as a social construction, one of the other aspects that are related here in labor integration is the social and cultural institutions who are not always helpful on the distribution of work. The father is the one who's always the main figure here. So the head of the family, that's how the father of the family is called, he is the one who distributes the work. So they are always considered the main breadwinner in the home. It is not always possible, though, because of the high poverty level of the relocated population. That is why we have seen a lot of changes on the cultural and social institutions. And those changes are related to the decision of the head of the family, saying that other family members have to be integrated in the workforce. And about the official institutions, it is also one of the determinants on labor integration, because more than a determinant, they are one of the ways this population can be reintegrated in the workforce. Let me talk
Francisco,
about it a
ya
little bit
estamos
later.
en tiempo. Sí, pueden terminar.
Let me explain to you the last dimension. This is the analysis of labor integration. And this is how these relocated indigenous were accepted on their destiny community. So this is for the income and also the guarantees that they had. And of course, you have to see many of the employers were a little racist. Racism is one of the main issues or the obstacles for these people to have a better quality of life. And also they can initiate a new immigration process. These people who opt to be immigrants regularly get or disappeared or maybe are killed during their way. And then we continue seeing relocation, settlement, immigration process, and at the end, it finishes with restoration. So for them to receive their human rights, the human rights are always biased by the organisms who are in charge of having them respected. Now, political participation. It has limitations and it's only for some organizations and it's not only voluntary organizations. They are everyone who is commissioned to participate can either participate in political processes or maybe support political parties, but not always on civil organizations. And we haven't seen a better quality of life of these people. And to conclude, this is what we found on the present investigation. The analysis was previously focused on this kind of processes. However, now we can recognize that this process is not always positive, especially for vulnerable groups like relocated indigenous people. And the labor integration don't have a lot of opportunities because of the characteristics of this population. And they still suffer from oppression from other people. And these people are suffering because not only of the lack of work integration, but because of their community in general. They don't have good conditions to avoid indigenous people to continue being displaced or relocated.
Francisco, estamos en tiempo y ya necesitamos seguir.
Okay, this is the last part. And it is necessary to recognize that these indigenous people are in a prolonged or long-term relocating process. So these are the facts that are taken into consideration. First of all, people have to be backed up in some senses, political, in a political sense. They have to take into account they exist. They have to have access to public health and also to education. And also they have to be taken into account in political decisions. They have to have freedom of movement and they have to be supported socially and politically. And as we saw in this investigation, they haven't been receiving this. Well, thank you very much.
Gracias, Francisco.
Thank you, Francisco.
Ahora vamos a seguir con Silvia
Now we're
Mejía
going
Rubio,
to
de
continue with
Fondo de
Silvia Mejia
Diagnóstico
Rubio,
sobre el abordaje de las
who is going to
trabajadoras
talk
migrantes en el
about the
periódico El Orbe de
approach
Chiapas durante el año
to the
2019. Solo
migrant
recordatorio
caravans
para los que están
done
siguiendo
performed by
que si
the
tienen preguntas
newspaper El
sobre el
Orbe
artículo
de
está a
Chiapas
favor
during
de responder
2019. If you have any
y después
questions
la
of those who are
invitación.
following up
Gracias.
on Zoom,
Silvia.
please type in your questions on the chat box. Hello, good morning. If you could provide technical support by showing my presentation on the screen, please. Good morning. Today I'm going to talk about a work that I did for the Colegio de la Frontera Norte about the diagnostics and the approach from the newspaper El Orbe de Chiapas regarding the migrant caravans. Next slide, please. The term migration, the context has changed throughout time. During the 20th century, the main purpose of migration was supposed to be the improvement of the quality of life. However, throughout the years, in the 21st century, one of the objectives is to save a life, not only improve it. Next slide, please. In this sense, without a doubt, there are certain governments that are not fulfilling with their obligation to provide public safety and also uh, financial security or social security to their inhabitants. So they're forcing them to migrate, and then these people are then converted into refugees. So in this sense, we need to also analyze the social context. You remember in 2018, right about October, it's when the first caravan of migrants was organized. And it was organized through social media in Honduras. You remember the president of Mexico back then was Enrique Peña Nieto. And what Peña Nieto did, he sent in the federal police to both of Mexican borders, the northern borders and the southern border, to try to stop and deter the caravans. But in 2018, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador began his tenure, and his response toward the migrant caravans, it may be considered as actions that would benefit this type of population because the government started to provide green cards, shelter, and some access to some services through the services called Sembrando Vida. However, by that time, Donald Trump mentioned that he was going to raise the tariffs to Mexico for about 5% and raising the tariffs to 25% if gradually if Mexico um, didn't perform any action. So given that threat, López Obrador decided to send the National Guard, about 25 members of the Guardia Nacional or National Guard to both of the borders to stop and deter the caravans. Based on the study that the Colev performed, they mentioned they estimated that about 6,000 Central American people were participating in the caravans. And the objective of these caravans is to have make sure that the migrants had more visibility and to have more safe journey to prevent uh, uh, issues such as human trafficking, sexual abuse, and other types of crimes that are they usually happen along the way. Next slide, please. The objective of this study is to get to know the most used categories that were used by the newspaper El Orbe de Chiapas, and also to determine what was the perspective which these caravans were approached by the media. The methodology used was a quantitative methodology. 112 articles were analyzed, and through the content analysis, um, pretty much all the elements of the newspaper were analyzed, including the pictures and the footnotes and all the information that is included. You can also see the headline as well, which was also analyzed. Next slide, please. Now, regarding the importance of this study, we have to take into account that the influence of the media, it is usually has a great influence toward the population. In this case, how to approach the migrant caravan. It is also important to highlight, to point out to the responsibility that the media has to treat certain delicate topics such as the migration. Regarding the characteristics of the members of the caravan, most of them were low-income people, or people who were located in the within the poverty level, and most of them have only 6 years of education. About 69% of these people were adults, 24% of these people were unaccompanied minors, and about 7% were children. Next slide, please. Nationality-wise, this caravan, the majority were was integrated by people from Honduras, then 8% from Guatemala, 5% from Nicaragua, and about 2% from other nationalities. Next slide, please. Regarding the job occupations from the members of the caravans, most of them were working in the masonry, plumbing, farm workers. About 15% were professional technicians, operators, drivers. About 20% were household people. Now we're going to analyze the results of this work. In this case, the headline, which I'm going to call agenda, this pretty much was the opinion that was reflected in such as, for example, business people, attorneys, and the same editorial line of the newspaper. We can also see in the discourse words such as lack of public safety. We also saw the word disease, poverty on the headlines. And also we were able to see where it says abogado, it says migrants demand more rights to the government. They demand more rights than the Mexicans. There's another headline that says migrants are displacing Mexican workers. So you will notice the pattern of discrimination in each one of these samples that were collected for this study. Next slide, please. Regarding the news frame, we also notice that the same discriminatory language was persistent against the people that were integrated the caravan. They were reinforcing the main message that was delivered on the headline. Next slide, please. Also, some categories were analyzed, and the first one was migration policies. 60% of the news that did not contain any information regarding migration policies, and only 34% did. It's important to highlight that the 34%, which was actually mention any type of migration policy, it was mentioned with a negative, in a negative sense. They mentioned that since the caravans entered the country, they mentioned that the public safety level in the region started to diminish. It was mentioned, but it was mentioned in a negative sense. So therefore, again, reinforcing discriminatory discourse against the migrants. Another one of the categories were mentioned as delinquents or people with ties to the mafia. About 40% of the news articles, the term delinquent was not included in the news article. However, 60% of the news articles, the migrants were mentioned as members of the mafia or people who triggered or detonated public safety issues. Other types of categories was presenting migrants as victims. 93% of the news articles that were analyzed did not consider migrants as victims. However, all of us know that are present here, we know that they are victims either the country of origin, during the transit, and the destination. The other aspect that was analyzed is the description of life experiences of the migrants. In 98% of the news articles, was lacking this type of information. It was mentioned that the local peoples, um, actually, what happened is that these type of news articles, in a certain way, they blocked from or prevented the local people to actually get to know the true or the actual motives of why these people were migrating in the first place. Silvia, I'm sorry. Silvia, we only have 3 minutes. Thank you. Yes, I'm about to wrap up. Regarding the visual aspects, you can notice that almost 31% of the pictures or images or graphics do not show any migrants. Sometimes you can use photographs to either reinforce the news that is being presented. The other category is that were shown, if any migrant was shown, many of them were shown either sleeping or resting. Obviously, we have to consider that they were walking throughout their journey in Central America, so obviously they had to take some rests. However, El Orbe newspaper, they would take the pictures when they were napping or taking a rest to show them as lazy people or people who had no interest in working. My conclusions regarding the news articles, the agenda of the newspaper, and the news articles themselves, this paper and most of the news articles actually characterized the migrant people as the negative people. Next slide, please. This diagnostic highlights that although the media is not the only source that actually um, has an agenda towards the perspective of how people look at migrants, it is one of the important ones. Many people do not know why migrants actually migrate in the first place. So most of them, they trust in the media. This discourse, unfortunately, reinforces violent actions against the migrants that are participating in caravans. And I would like to end with a quote from Dolores Paris. If you can see what she says, the caravans actually highlighted the denial of the right of mobility for the majority of the population that is emigrating or is running away from their place of origin. Mobility is actually some sort of a privilege for the political elites, also for the economic and scientific elites, while the working class and the excluded sectors that are actually leaving their place of origin to survive, they're obligated or forced to take in difficult journeys. And finally, it's important for everyone to know that migration is a complex issue and we require the participation of different sectors from the population. All of this to help with these people who are currently in mobility. Thank you all.
Gracias, Silvia. Y ahora concluimos con Silvia Torres Carrillo y
And we conclude with Silvia Torres Carrillo, Alison Anaí Salazar Ortiz from the Technical University of Ambato, Ecuador.
Siguiente, colegas.
Buenos días, ¿me escuchan?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Buenos días.
Sí,
Good morning.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Muy buenos días. Nosotros somos
Good
de
morning.
Ecuador.
We
El
are
día de
from
hoy les
Ecuador,
vamos a presentar
and today we are
la
presenting
investigación
the
Migrantes Buscan de
investigation
Calidad de Vida
Migrants in
Gracias por
Search
la
for Quality
presentación.
of Life.
La
My
licenciada
name is
Susana
Melissa
Torres.
Salazar, and I have Susana Torres with me.
Me gustaría
To start, I would like to
darles un poquito de noción de lo que es calidad
give a
de vida.
little context of what
Según
quality
realizado
of
por
life
Verdugo en el
means.
2007, la calidad
So,
de vida
according
es
to
un
what they say
estado
in
alterado del
2007,
bienestar.
quality of life
Esta
is a state of
señalada por
well-being,
ciertas dimensiones. Son las
and
mismas
it's
para
measured
todos los
by
individuos, sin
several
embargo, pueden
dimensions, and
variar
it's
de
the same
acuerdo a
for
la
all
importancia y
individuals.
valor que cada uno de estos
However,
les dé.
we put it according
Existen
to
ciertas
the
dimensiones
importance and
en la
value
calidad de
each
vida.
people gives
Estas
to it.
son el
So we
bienestar
have several
emocional,
dimensions in
las
quality of
relaciones
life:
interpersonales, el
emotional
bienestar material,
well-being,
el
interpersonal
desarrollo
relationships,
personal,
material
el
well-being,
bienestar físico, la
personal
autodeterminación,
development,
inclusión
physical
social y
well-being,
los derechos.
auto-determination, social inclusion, and
La
rights.
metodología utilizada en la
So
investigación
the
fue el enfoque
methodology that we
cuantitativo.
use in investigation
Tuvo un
is
nivel
the
descriptivo
quantitative
y
focus,
exploratorio y se
and
utilizaron
we had this
parámetros. Estos son el análisis
descriptive
sintético,
and
el
exploratory
inductivo y
level,
el
and we also
inductivo.
had a method:
La
the analytic
interpretación
method,
que
synthetic
motivó toda
method,
la investigación
inductive method,
son
deductive method,
los
hypothetical,
usuarios de la
and
aplicación
deductive.
Jóvenes para el Futuro, quienes
So this
reúnen
investigation was by
ciertos
the
servicios
Youth
básicos
for the
para los
Future
venezolanos.
Foundation, and we have
De los 350,
115 Venezuelan
algunos años tan
migrants,
solo 115
and
migrantes
out of them,
fueron
out of
participantes de la investigación.
250, we only had
Estas
115
tenían
migrants
la
participating on
menor de
this
18
research
años.
project
El
because
instrumento
they
que
had to have a
nosotros
minimum age
utilizamos
of
fue
18,
la escala de Genkan.
and we had the
Esta fue
Duncan scale,
realizada por Verdugo, Arias,
Genkal
Gómez
scale,
y Shalok.
and it was published by
Se
Verdugo,
identifican
Arias,
de manera
Gomez,
común
and
tres
Shalok,
dimensiones, las mismas
and
en
it
la
had eight
evaluación.
dimensions,
Las
like I
mismas son
mentioned to you,
69 ítems
and
y
it also
se
has
evaluó a
69
8 niveles.
items, and the punctuation is by
Los
percentiles.
resultados
The
de
scores are by
la
percentiles.
sociodemográfica que contaba con
So this is a
7 preguntas, se
socio-demographical
conoció que el
area.
sexo predominante
So
del
we knew that the
macho,
main
con un
gender in the
71.17,
investigation,
fueron los mujeres. En cuanto
72.617,
a su
it
nivel
was women.
académico,
And the academic
se
level
conoció que el
was, we knew that
64.37% tienen
64.37%
estudios de segundo
have
nivel
second
y
level
el
studies.
siguiente es el tercer nivel con un
And the next one is with the third level, 29, and then again
Las preguntas, ¿se
77%.
encuentran laborando? La
So the
mayoría,
next
un
question, are you working? Well,
41.87%,
the
respondieron que sí y se
40.87%
dedican
said yes,
a
and their work
comercio
was
informal.
informal
Y el
commerce.
35.65% se encuentran laborando
35.65%
y el
were
resto
not working, and the
realizan
rest
actividades
are
básicas como
performing
limpieza,
several
groceries
activities,
o
like
trabajos de
they
hogar.
clean, they maybe clean
En
cars, or maybe
cuanto
they do school works, or maybe
a las
they are
resoluciones de las
stylists
dimensiones
or
de calidad de
barbers.
vida, se conoció que
So
tanto
this is for the
de
dimension
las
of quality of life.
dimensiones, estas son las
So we had
relaciones
two
interpersonales
dimensions of
y
this
también de la
interpersonal relations,
autodeterminación,
and
se
also
obtienen
self-determination,
percentiles aceptables,
with
puesto que
the percentiles that
mencionaron
were
tienen
accepted.
redes de apoyo estables y
They
también
said
tienen
that they
vínculos
have
afectivos
a
a largo plazo. Sin
firm
embargo,
support
de
network,
las 8
and also they have
6
the access to other
tuvieron
resources. However,
percentiles inaceptables, puesto que
some of them
respondieron que
had
quieren
unacceptable percentiles because they
interconectar
replied
para
that they are
desarrollarse
not able
adecuadamente en el
to
lugar en el que
develop
habitan,
in appropriate manner
no
on the place
tienen
where they live.
acceso
They
a
don't have
salud,
access to
no
health.
conocen todos los
They
derechos que
don't
tienen,
know all the
existen
rights that they
barreras
have.
culturales,
There are
sociales
cultural
que les
obstacles
impiden
that
su
are also
inclusión,
physical
entre
and
otros.
social, that it's an obstacle
Es por
for there
eso
to
que
be
durante la
integrated
evaluación
into
de hipótesis
society.
se aceptó
So
de
that
forma
is the
estimulada que
hypothesis
puede que no
verification,
existe buena calidad de
and the
vida en
results were
migrantes
that they don't,
venezolanos
the
por
Venezuelan
las
immigrants don't
situaciones que
have a
comenté
quality of
anteriormente.
life because of the situations that I mentioned before. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm saying it's going to be worth it.
Realmente para nosotros, para Alison y
To
para
be
mí, es
honest,
un
for
gusto
us,
el
for
poder
Allison,
compartir
and
un
for
poco
me, it's a pleasure to
vivencia
share
de
a
las
little
personas venezolanas que
how
son parcelas de
Venezuelans
nuestro
feel,
país, porque
and they
realmente
are
fenómeno
already
de la
part of our
migración
country
viene
because
desde
of
el
this
COVID, pues
immigration
por toda una
phenomenon.
situación
We
económica
are responding
que
to an economical
lamentablemente
financial
se tiene que afrontar en
situation
los países en desarrollo.
that the developing
Pero veíamos
countries are
aquí, en
facing right
vista
now.
todo este trajín de
So we are trying to put some ground on this situation that we live among countries and how these people crossing one border to the other are seeing these things. So can we go to the next slide?
Sí, realmente solamente para hacer hincapié
So
en el
just to
problema
highlight
que
the
tenemos que
real
enfrentar
problem
los
that we
países,
have
sea
to
tanto
face
que
as
los
countries
países de donde salen las personas, en
is
este caso,
taking into
las
account the
personas
countries of
venezolanas, como
origin, in
también
this
en el
case
caso de
Venezuela,
aquellos
and
países que
also taking into
recibimos
account
a las
the
personas
destination
que
countries
salimos de
that
sus
we
lugares
receive these
de
people who are
nacimiento.
leaving their
Hablamos que
homelands.
en este 2023
In
más o
now
menos
in
está previsto
2023, more or
tramitar los
less,
803
we
mil
think we're gonna
personas
have
venezolanas radicadas que
803,000
están
people
de paso en nuestro
from
país,
Venezuela who are maybe
559
passing
mil
through the country or maybe
estarán de
settling here.
acuerdo a sus expectativas por
And then we're
quedarse en
gonna
diferentes
see that
provincias del Ecuador y
252,000 are
252
just
mil
passing
que
by,
están
and
atravesando un paso.
551,000 are settling here in the Ecuador.
Por favor, pasemos. Para nosotros referirnos un poquito más al
For
tema
us to talk
de
a
lo
little bit
que
more
corresponde a
about
la
the
parte de la
subject or the
legalidad,
topic
es
about
importante
legality,
recordar que tenemos
the
normativas
legal
y creo
matter,
que
it's
somos uno
important
de los
to
países que
remember that we
mayor
have
normativa ha
regulations.
sacado y
And I
suele
believe
ser hasta
this country is
pionero
the
en
one
este tema en
that
América
has
Latina.
more
Sin
regulations about the
embargo, a veces
subject,
la
at
práctica
least more
va mucho más
in
allá
Latin
de la
America.
realidad.
However, the practice of these
Lamentablemente, el
laws or
tema del
regulations
plan nacional
is further
pretende siempre
for
cubrir o
from
cubrir las
reality.
expectativas de todo un país.
So we have
A
to
veces
understand
rompe
that
y a
to
veces
cover
no.
the
Hablamos
expectations
de
of the
políticas
country,
también de
sometimes
Estado
we have a positive results and
restrictivos. Se
sometimes we don't have
pretende
it. Sometimes we see the state is trying
evitar la
to
explotación, la
avoid
prostitución de los más
exploitation
vulnerables, son niños,
of the
mujeres y
vulnerable
ancianos.
population, like women,
Una vida
children, and
entera no
elderly.
cabe en una maleta. Ayer justamente que
My
salía
whole
revisando
life
un poco
doesn't
las
fit on a
tablas y
suitcase.
recordando cuando Allison
So I
en
was
su
thinking
proceso
when
de
Alison,
graduación,
during her
pues
process of
comenzó y me llama
graduation,
mucho la atención que
was
el
always
tema de
saying
la
that
calidad de vida
the
de las
subject
personas
of quality
migrantes
of life of
realmente
immigrants,
es penosa, da
it's
mucha
shameful
preocupación.
and it's worrisome.
Regularmente cuando estamos en un país, en
Regularly,
nuestro
when we
país,
are
no
in
nos
a
damos cuenta de
country,
la
in our
necesidad de
country, we
quien
don't realize the need of those
no pertenece o está
who
de
don't
más. La
belong,
práctica que tenemos en cuanto a la calidad de vida
who
es
doesn't belong
importante, como hemos
here.
escuchado de
And
otros
when we
compañeros
have
aquí,
a quality
por
of
sus
life,
condiciones
like
de
I heard
trabajo.
other people or other colleagues,
Lamentablemente,
they don't
la
have
posibilidad
the
de
work
trabajo aquí
possibilities that
son
we have.
mínimas para trabajar por
Unfortunately,
diario.
here the work opportunities in the Ecuador are
No sería
minimums,
para las personas migrantes,
are
pues,
minimum.
o
So
entiende decir el tercer
even
sector,
more
que
for those
brindan
who
de
are
alguna manera
immigrants.
algo de luces para poder continuar.
So in a way, they just want an opportunity to be able
Em,
to continue. Please.
Rápidamente aquí, en esta lámina, las dimensiones con las
So
que
here
nosotros
we have the
lidiamos en cuanto a la
dimensions that
calidad
we
de
are
vida.
handling when
Ya
talking about quality
comenzando
of life.
Allison en su investigación,
Alison,
hablaba
during her
sobre el bienestar
research,
emocional, las
was talking
relaciones
about emotional
interpersonales,
well-being,
el bienestar
interpersonal
material, el
relationships,
desarrollo
the
personal,
material
el bienestar
well-being,
físico,
personal
autorrealización,
development,
inclusión y
physical
derechos.
well-being,
Todas están
self-determination,
interligadas
social
y todas de alguna
integration, and
manera
rights.
quedaron
All
en
of
el
them are
concepto
related. However, all
que
of
todos
them
aquí
just
nosotros
remain as a
consideramos
concept
una
of
calidad de
whatever
vida.
we consider a quality of life.
De ahí que nace la inquietud de que,
So
bueno,
from
en
there,
esta
we have
frente a esta situación, ¿cuáles son
so the question
países
is,
de
what
cada
do we
provincia?
do? What is the
En el
situation
caso
in
de
each country or
investigación,
the response on
Allison
each
ha diseñado
province?
justamente una guía de atención hacia
So
la
that is
inclusión
why
migrante.
we have
Esta
this
guía puede
guide
estar
of
sustentada
attention
en
and
varios pasos y
integration
por
for
eso es
migrants.
importante entender
And it is
cómo
very important to
sería
understand
o sería de
how
alguna
could
manera
it
el
be,
mejorar
or
esta
in a way,
atención para las personas
how
migrantes.
can we improve the attention we provide to
En este
immigrants?
diagrama de
On
flujo
this flux
estamos hablando desde
diagram,
que un inicio la propuesta
we
es
are
dar.
talking
Existe
that
esta
from the
dificultad,
beginning, the
existe
proposal
esta
is yes,
situación,
we have
tuvieron
this
que salir de
difficulty,
su
this
país.
situation.
¿Qué
They
vamos a
had to
hacer
leave
con
their
las
country.
personas
What are
migrantes?
we gonna
Pues
do with the
darles una
immigrants?
recepción, porque de alguna
So of
manera
course we're
lo que
gonna receive them
necesitamos
because
es ir
in any way
contabilizando
What we need is to be counting them, register all the life stories that they have. And this is not only for for investigation, but also for in any way we can understand what their necessities or needs are. On this diagram, what we wanted to do is that if the person is in a very bad or severe situation, we have to help them immediately. If they have a health situation, legal situation, it depends on whatever the person is going through. Well, we can give them a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel or maybe immediate assistance. If you need something in a long term, I mean, if they are going to stay here because somehow that is their dream, that is their wish, what to provide them with the opportunity to be part of the population, in this case of Ecuador. So we're talking about the process that you can see is health, education, legal, the psychological, economical subjects and matters. And it's related to these people that in some way are going through going or leaving a place and going to a new place that is offering them an opportunity of life. So the proposal is to develop instruments. The instruments that we are using regularly in social work is the time when they came here, the socio-economical or the finance of the people, and also just collecting all the necessary information. And of course, if we have different instruments, we can put these people to with help for immediate help, or maybe other people can help, and we can perform a plan of life or a plan or family plan. So knowing the reality of migration is to know the pain of being away, but also the hope for better days. And I believe with this quote, we can see that yes, we have wishes and we have hopes, but we also have worries because that is the reality. We're crossing the street and people are working, they are putting on a show and asking for collaboration, or maybe a child who's asking for money or for something to survive for that day. Full families that we can see because of this immigration, these families were constituted or conformed from of elderly, maybe middle-aged adults and also pets. And also we saw how this population was deciding to either continue with their way, on their way, or maybe settling. So some people decided to settle and locate here because they didn't want to continue with their family. So if they decided to stay here, the country needs to know how to overcome this or face this. Thank you for the opportunity of being able to talk to you about this dynamic. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. And I want to open Q&A. If you have any questions, maybe the audience can help me with a question. I would like to start with a question my with Francisco. Francisco, you were talking about these arrival communities, but some other writers or authors say these communities are receptive communities. Why are you calling them arrival communities and not receptive communities? Can you hear me? Well, I was proposing this change in the workplace because if you call them communities of reception, it will imply that these relocated people are well received. And as we observed in the investigation, is the contrary. They are stigmatized, they are segregated from the workforce, and because of that, also from the community. Their rights are not respected, and they are not receptive communities, or just in maybe in one side they are receptive but not everywhere. So that is why these people are just relocating. You can call them communities of arrival, but not of reception, because although they are received there, they are not accepted.
Gracias, Francisco. ¿Tenemos cualquier otra pregunta?
Thank you, Francisco. Any other question?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, you were saying that your approach was a little bit quantitative on the investigation of the presentation. How would you think that you can approach the same approach, but from a qualitative approach? What is the difference between the quantitative and qualitative approach? Thank you very much, colleague, for your question. There are some other authors. The interpreter cannot hear. There's a problem with the audio of the presenter. The quality of life of these people who conform the caravan. They also use the ethnographic method in several occasions. And also, other times you can use the participation investigation method. So if you go to quantitative, it's a little bit more you can get more details, and also it's more difficult to get to these people because many of them are afraid to say their information, their stories, because of all this violence that they are suffering from in the trajectory from Guatemala to the United States. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much, presenters. If we don't have any other question in the conference. They are surprised. Any other question? No, no other question. Well, we are thankful, Dr. Melissa Torres, for your great moderation from the University of Yale University. Thank you very much, presenters who are here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Coming up, we have the conference from Dr. Luciana Gandini. We invite Dr. Virginia Hasso to step up to the podium and Dr. Christine Walsh for the keynote speech. Go ahead. They are going to be the commentating this keynote speech. Welcome, Dr. Luciana Gandini. We're going to wait for our commentators to set up. Meanwhile, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Luciana Gandini on behalf of Professor Carmen Casas Ratia. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. We know that you have a pretty tight schedule. Hello, good morning to everyone. On the contrary, thank you all for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to collaborate with the School of Social Work, with whom have been working during the last 5 or 6 years in a very intensively, and we have so many plans ahead. So thank you. Welcome. Well, our commentators have already set up. So before we're going to share a small bio from Dr. Luciana Gandini, she participates in the legal affairs. She's a coordinator of the Seminar of Internal Displacement, Migration, Exile, both of them from the National Autonomous University of Mexico. She has quite a special distinction from the Migration Policies Institute in Washington about migrant residents in the process of regularization. She specializes in the items related to refugees in Mexico and also in people under mobility. Her recent work include topic of voluntary migration and involuntary migration, human rights, Venezuelan exodus, and um, Central American migrant caravans. She has been researching since 2020 the impacts of the health crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the inclusion uh, of migrants and those who are refugees in Latin America. She's participating in an important group, which is called Caminar. That's comparative analysis and migration and this international displacement among the Americas. She has recently obtained an award, William M. in 2019-2020, to the best academic book about Latin American studies, which he co-authored called Caravanas from the American University. In 2021, on her research, uh, there is a she has written so many articles regarding the migration movements under the current federal government in Mexico. In 2020, she wrote Caravanas de Respuestas Institucionales oriented to the migration policies in the magazine La Movilidad Humana in Brazil. Thank you, Dr. Luciana Gandini. You have the floor for your presentation. Thank you all.
Muchas gracias, agradezco y saludo a la
And
maestra
thank you.
Araceli Borja. Gracias
Thank you,
por la
Professor
presentación.
Araceli
También
Borjas. Thank you
extiendo
for
un
the
gran saludo a la
presentation. And also would
directora,
like to greet
Carmen Casas, y
Professor
también,
Carmen
por supuesto,
Casas
a
and
la maestra
also
Leticano,
my
con
dear
quien
friend Leticano, with
estuvimos
whom
trabajando mucho,
I have
y al
been
doctor Pedro
working
Isnardo de
quite
la
a,
Cruz
a while,
Corrías,
and Dr.
muy
Pedro
queridos,
Isnardo
y
de la
saludo
Cruz,
también con
very dear
muchísimo
colleagues.
gusto a
And also I
Cristina
would
y a
like to
Marta, que me
greet
acompañan
Christine and
en este espacio.
Martha, who are with
Voy a
me
presentar
sharing this space.
una
I'm going to
reflexión
present a
que quiere mostrar
reflection
algunas tendencias de lo que está
that
pasando en
tends
América
to
Latina,
show
los
some
movimientos actuales,
tendencies in Latin America,
con
the
la
current
idea de,
movements,
a partir de esta
with the
reflexión,
idea
poder
that
pensar o
after
abrir
this
un poco el
reflection, we
diálogo
can
sobre cuáles son los
think
desafíos
more like open the
que
dialogue about the
enfrentamos en
challenges
América
that we are
Latina. Y no solo
facing
en
in Latin
México,
America,
muchos
not
son
only in Mexico, many
similares, y por eso
of
hablo
these are
de estos
similar. And
desafíos
this is why
iniciales
I'm
en el sur global,
talking
porque me
about
parece
the
que estamos
hemispheric
compartiendo algunas
displacements
de estas
in the global
características. Así
south,
que
because we're
a
sharing some of
partir
the
de estos datos,
characteristics.
algunas
So I'm going to
tendencias
share some data,
y
some tendencies,
luego de eso
and after that,
entrar a conversar
I
con
would like
todos
to
ustedes.
have a conversation with all of
Quizás
you.
lo primero que diría es que una de
Perhaps
las
the first
características
thing that comes to my
salta
mind
a nivel
is
internacional
one of the
es
first
el patrón de
characteristics
movilidad
at the
internacional se
international
caracterizó
level
por un
will
gran
be the
incremento de
migration
personas
pattern.
desplazadas forzadas.
Most of them
Lo vemos
are
en final del
have a forced
2021 se contabilizaron
displacement.
alrededor de
If you notice,
89 millones de personas
2021,
desplazadas por la fuerza
about
en el mundo,
89
y una
million
cifra
people
que
were
tan solo
forcibly
una década
displaced.
atrás era de 38 millones. Es decir, que esto
Now,
demostró
if
o mostró
we
en una
track
década un
back in
incremento de
2012, they were
130%.
38 million. So
Este
we have an
incremento
increase of
acelerado de las
130%.
migraciones forzadas
This
lamentablemente
exponential growth
demostró
of
sobre todo la migración
forcibly
internacional en
displaced
general, que por
has a
supuesto se
contrast
mantuvo
of the
creciente, pero con un
general
incremento
migration
menor.
pattern,
En este mismo
although it did
periodo
increase,
que
but at a
comentaba recién
lower
sobre la
level.
migración forzada, la migración internacional en general
The
pasó de
international
170
migration
millones a
went from
281 millones de personas, lo que significa un incremento de
173 million
27%. Esto nos muestra
to
entonces un
280
patrón
million.
global
So
de
we
migración
have also an
forzada.
increased
¿Qué pasó en
uh,
América Latina?
migration. Now, focusing on
Nosotros
Latin
en el
America,
siglo XXI, es
I
decir, en
would
lo que
say
va
that
del
in the
actual siglo,
21st
hay un nuevo
century,
sello en los patrones
there is
migratorios
a new
latinoamericanos y
pattern
caribeños que
in
se
the
caracteriza por uno de los
migration
momentos más dinámicos en
movement.
términos de movilidad
It's
internacional. En
characterized
los últimos
more
15 años en América Latina y el
a
Caribe,
dynamic fashion. In the
digamos,
recent
en
years
esta
in Latin
región
America and
incluso han
Caribbean,
aumentado
this
los
region
flujos y las
has
oleadas
had an
migrantes
increase in the
al darse
migration
en este
fluxes
periodo de 7 a 15 millones
went up from 7 to 14 million people who have migrated. And this is following with the global pattern of the increase of those who are forcibly displaced. The Americas actually provide shelter to many million people, and this means that one of each four people who are forcibly displaced live in the Americas. From them, 86% are from Venezuelan origin. So the recent elements of the current migration within the Latin American region, it is characterized by what we call the mixed fluxes. But mainly what we say that there are many flows are combined and share the same route, but with different uh, objectives. So there's a migration. Um, the migration is composed on the same route by the forced migration and those who migrate by their own will. However, many of them are actually migrating because of a forced displacement. Another main characteristic under the current context is that it's quite noticeable the migration intra-region. That is the migration that leaps from one country, from the same region, and arrives into another country that is from the same region. That is, this has happened in South America. Let's say, for example, the Mercosur countries or the countries around surrounding the Andes. This is usually the normal pattern. But if you notice on the graphics, on the blue line, you notice quite an exponential growth of the intra-regional migration. This is has high contrast from the extra-regional migration, which was only 5% of the migration flow. This dynamism, under my point of view, and we have to take a look at what is happening in the region mobility, the new flows. It's we notice that these are characterized by a diversity of directions. We usually thought that normally the flow would head mostly or most of them from south to north with the objective of reaching Canada and United States. But in the recent decade, I would say up until the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the migration was a bit more dispersed. And of course, there are other dynamics, but this has changed. If we think about the migration between Mexico and United States, we have had a, this is a little bit lighter. And now, obviously, with the context of the pandemic, we notice that this pattern of migration from south to north, it's increasing again. But the majority of the migration is now integrated by people from other countries of the continent. We notice that the pattern of the Mesoamerican migration, sometimes many of them try to reach the United States, but it has grown in the last years. And maybe the newest development is this intra-American um, migration that is within the region, South American particularly. Something that is most that is we have to notice is that the surge of the Venezuelan migration. This is a different type of migration. Of course, there are other types of displacements. Let's say the displacements from Haiti and other countries that have different dynamics. Cuba, Ecuador, Colombia, they have different dynamics, particularly with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. But this type of migration is one of the biggest causes of forced displacement in the Caribbean. Now, the recent data It is
También en el norte de
actually
Siria. Pero lo cierto que sí es el
comparing
único
this migration from Venezuela to
punto
the one that is
de
happening in
transición
Syria.
que está en guerra, ¿no? Es decir,
It
si
is
lo comparamos con el
important to
conflicto
mention
de
that
Siria,
this
siempre es
migration,
una
the migration in
transición de
Venezuela,
tiempo
is
que
not
tiene que
caused
ver
by a
con salud,
war.
tiene que ver con un impacto
The migration
significativo en
caused
una crisis económica, política,
in
social,
Syria
que
is
tiene
caused by a
otras
war, but
características
Venezuela has other
específicas
characteristics. So
muy
in this
importantes
sense,
que
I
Centro
would say
América
that the
no
only
tiene.
country that is under the
Tal vez
situation in
no
war
aumentan con
from
menos
the
décadas,
biggest migration will be
Venezuela solo
Syria and
consume
Ukraine.
alrededor de la quinta parte de su
From
población.
Venezuela, about
Y esto,
one
para tener
fifth
una idea, ¿no? Todos
of the
sabemos que
population
México
has
fue un país
migrated.
expulsor de población durante más de un siglo.
Mexico
Y en ese
was
siglo hemos
one of the
migrado
country of
alrededor
origins
del
for
10
migrants, but in this
11% de su
century,
población viviendo fuera, ¿no? Fíjense
between
la
10 or
diferencia, lo importante ahora que ha
15% of the
generado
population
una cantidad de
of Mexico
población
live
venezolana
outside of
tan importante
Mexico.
en
So
un periodo
compared
tan corto.
to the
Y eso
numbers of
ahora tiene
Venezuela,
grandes
we
repercusiones
notice
para
that many
toda
Venezuelans have
América Latina. ¿Por
migrated
qué? Porque la
compared to the
mayoría de
Mexicans throughout
migración
time.
se dirigió a otro país de América Latina o del
Most of the
Caribe.
migrants
Alrededor de 4 de cada
were
5
headed to
personas
other Latin
migrantes, o un
American countries.
86% estimamos
About
recientemente,
86%,
se fueron
we
no solo llegó a
estimate,
residir a otro país
they
de
went
América
from
Latina y el
Venezuela
Caribe,
and they
por
went to live
supuesto
to
en
other
países de
Latin
Brasil,
American countries.
Belice
Of course, there's
o
a great
Bolivia, pero
concentration
también hay una gran
of the
dispersión.
countries around the Andes
Hoy podríamos
region.
decir que
But we
prácticamente
can
no hay
say today
ningún
that
país en
there's
América
not a
Latinoamérica que
single
no haya
country in Latin
recibido
America
a
that has
población
not
venezolana.
received
Y eso
any
tiene
Venezuelans.
un gran impacto en la región
And this is
porque fue
has a high
el
impact in the
flujo
region
forzado
because
sorpresivo en
the
algunos casos,
displacement,
en un muy
forced
corto
displacement
periodo
increased
de
in
tiempo
a
y
very
además
short period
con
of
una
time
experiencia casi
with
nula en muchos países para
very
ser receptores de población. Y esto con
with
Venezuela no es una cosa
not
que
that
gane
much of experience to handle
todavía
this type
en
of migration.
recibir en tránsito o en destino definitivo
So
o incluso en destinos secundarios a población venezolana. Y si bien
many
más o menos
countries
podemos decir
were had to
se ha
be
generado
either countries
paradigmático
of transit
debido a este flujo tan
or they
grande,
had to
muchos
receive
casos como los que he mencionado.
the migration flow
Otra
coming from
migración que
Venezuela.
quizás es de más largo
Other
plazo es la
migration
migración
that
de
has
personas
a
centroamericanas,
greater data is the people who are
principalmente
migrating from
migrantes,
Central America, particularly
en sus
those who are
modalidades.
transiting through
Se hablaba
Mexico.
de las caravanas hoy mismo.
They were talking about the
Y
caravans in
lo
the
que sí ha
previous
sucedido
session, and what
en
has
muchos
actually
países
happened
y muchos
is
científicos
that we
incluso
had
le han
some
hecho relacionado con distintas
setbacks
otras características,
regarding the
es que
studies that
en
have
los
been
últimos
conducting,
años
but it
este
is true
tránsito
that
se ha incrementado, no
in the recent
solamente
years,
en la
migration has
migración desde
increased. In
más de un
2020, they
millón de
were estimated
personas
that more
del norte de Centroamérica
than
se desplazaron
1
por la
million
fuerza.
people
Y
were
el año
just
pasado,
forcibly
2020,
displaced from Central
increasó
America.
un poco
And last year
las movilidades después de reabrirse muchas fronteras
is when
con
the
esta
borders
temporada de
reopened
vacaciones,
because
se estimó que
must
alrededor
remember
de un
that
millón de
the
personas
borders were shut down because of
norte de
COVID-19.
Centroamérica
So
llegaron
more than
a
half
la
a
frontera
million people from Central
sur-occidental,
America
¿no? Lo
arrived
cierto es que
into
a pesar
the
de esta
southern
historicidad
border
en
of the
estos
United
en años
States.
recientes este movimiento se ha
In recent
incrementado
years,
debido a una
this movement has
combinación de
increased due
factores
to a
que de origen
combination of factors that
inestabilidad
include
política y
political
económica en Centroamérica y
instability
también en algunos países
and
del Caribe,
economical
violencias
instability in Central America and
institucionales,
Caribbean countries,
estructurales
violence,
vinculadas a la
institutional
persecución que han
violence,
impulsado a las organizaciones
organized
criminales
crime
colectivas y
presence,
tiene que ver con
mafia
determinados
gangs, and all that
abusos
has to do with
estatales y
corruption
también se suman
from the
catástrofes
government and
medioambientales
also
vinculadas al cambio climático.
environmental
Esa es una
catastrophes
situación
which are
que está
tied with
lejos
the
de
climate
resolverse, ¿no?
change. So this is far from being
Hablaban
resolved.
hace rato de las caravanas
The caravanas were mentioned in the
y creo
previous
que esto lo
session,
que
and I
demuestra es
believe
una
that
nueva forma de
we
migrar
are
o de
looking at a
transitar
new way to
en
transit or
Centroamérica
to
y muy
migrate,
recientemente se han sumado otras
and
nacionalidades, no solo
not only from
Centroamérica,
Central
también
America, but
y lo que
other
sí
countries
existe es
has
una
have
nueva
joined the
forma de
caravans
migrar
as
y
well.
las olas episódicas
We
más
remember
importantes,
that
por
there
nombrarlas
were
como
certain
ejemplo, por el
waves
tamaño
of
de caravanas, pero que
caravans,
en realidad hubieron un
but
montón de grupos de miles o decenas de
there
miles
were,
de pequeñas caravanas que desde fines del siglo
according to the
XIX
media, but
han
actually in reality there were
¿no? De
small,
hecho,
constant
una persona
flow
de la
of
Organización Internacional de
caravans.
Migración
Remember
dice
that
que
one
habían refugiados
person that is in
dentro de
charge of taking
1.500
care of
caravanas
migrants,
distintas, ¿no? Son contados
and
los
I
números y
quote,
que
"This has
muchas
become
veces las
a
restricciones a este
constant
tipo de movilidades
caravan."
previas, como por ejemplo el costo de la migración al tener que pagar un coyote, un
That is,
pollero,
this
digamos,
eliminate it will
para
have a
noviembre,
greater
esto ha
visibility,
disparado en visibilidad
diminishes the
y ya está en contra
costs
de la
of
gente
migrating
que quiera tratar de pasar
because they usually had to
desapercibida
hire a
por
coyote to
este
travel.
territorio. Y como decía, esta esta autoorganización que se ha
And of
dado a
course,
partir
they are
de, ¿no?
self-organizing and they have
de afiliación
organized
social.
themselves
Sin
through social
embargo, la
media.
COVID supuso una
And this is
realidad
a
tan
continuous
fuerte en esta
caravan, which is
inmigración
like sort of a
creciente,
uh,
aunque no se suspendieron
trickling
conductos, solamente se
migration.
suspendieron cuando las fronteras estaban realmente
Now,
cerradas, pero hay otro
and
punto
the
de eso que es
caravans were not
reteniendo las
suspended in any
personas,
time.
pero también se agudizó con una
They
tendencia
did
preexistente
slow down
de
during the shutdown
participantes,
caused by the
especialmente en
pandemic,
términos de la
but this
condición de
has had
vulnerabilidad en que se encontraban estas personas transitando o
obviously
estancadas
these people are
en
still
la
subject
frontera y
by
que finalmente dieron un
vulnerability.
impulso reciente a este corredor al que me refería al inicio, del sur al norte del
And
continente, que
recent
ahora
years
parecería
after
que
the borders
vuelve
reopened, we
al
are
camino.
noticing that
Pero la
the
movilidad
flow
no
from
solamente no
south
se
to
basa
north
solo
is beginning
en el
to
tránsito
gain
del
momentum.
norte de Centroamérica, sino que hay otros
This
desafíos
flow
que
is
claramente se
not
ven enfocados
only
en tránsito por
present
Panamá,
in
¿no?
South
De diversos
America or
flujos
North America.
de
Panama
migrantes
has
que se
also
dirigen dentro de este
is playing
ecosistema
a
del
role
corredor del
here
sur al
in the
norte del continente. Y
dynamics.
aquí sí hay una
You
variedad
can
de
see that
nacionalidades,
there is
hay personas
through
de Haití, de
Panama,
Cuba, de
many people
Ecuador,
from
de
different
Chile, de Brasil,
nationalities
incluso
emigrate:
también personas
Ecuador, Chile,
extracomunitarias
Brazil,
de África
Haiti,
y
even people from
de,
Africa
de Asia, ¿no?
and Asia
Se trata de un
go through the
territorio
Darien Gap.
que une Colombia con Panamá y que se ha
This is
transformado
the
por
land that unites Panama
atravesado
and
diariamente
Colombia,
por miles de personas y cientos de miles llegan a ser
and
al final del año. Y algo
thousands of people
característico es la peligrosidad de
transit.
este
But
camino,
one thing is worth
que
mentioning is
excede
that
por
the
un lado
Darien
las
Gap
propias
is
características
quite
orográficas de la
treacherous
zona, que es muy
because
peligrosa,
of the
si vieron
geographic
imaginan que era
conditions.
un conjunto de alrededor de 30 personas que murieron en la selva
30
del Darién
people
y en
died
algunos
actually in the
edificios
Darien Gap, and
realizan eso,
others
pero también la
were
peligrosidad por
unaccounted.
las situaciones de violencia,
But
violencia
it's not
sexual,
only
violencia
dangerous
al
because of
interior
the
de la
conditions of the
selva.
Darien
Y
Gap, but
vemos eso
also
después
violence and
del
sexual
2020,
abuse that
reconocimos en
occurs
la Asamblea General
inside
la
the
presencia
jungle
continua de armas
within the Darien
en
Gap. And I would
respuestas políticas o medidas que tomaron los países, como hay una fuerte correlación de por qué se
we
eligió
notice
este
how
territorio,
why
condenar al
this
tránsito terrestre, porque
territory
es
has been
sumamente
chosen,
peligroso, ¿no?
despite the fact that it's
Aquí
quite
simplemente algunos
treacherous.
datos para tener
This
claro
is some
se
data
compone,
just to have an
como
idea
decía,
of
el 80%
how
de las
the
personas que transitan por el
caravans
corredor
are
provienen
being
del sur, pero hay de
composed.
otros
Many of
lugares,
them are from South
alrededor
America,
del
but we have
60%
other
son
from other
mujeres, pero
places.
fíjense que el 16%
Notice
son
that
niñas, niños y
27% are
adolescentes. Y
women,
esto nos
but
muestra
16% are children and
las
teenagers.
situaciones,
So
que
this is another
no
way
se
of
comprende
seeing
por
the forced
unidades familiares,
displacement,
¿no? Esto
where
difiere de aquel
entire
tránsito, como decíamos,
families
más clásico de hace
immigrate.
unas décadas atrás, que
Usually, the
inmigraban
traditional pattern,
mayoritariamente los hombres, que por supuesto fueron acompañados por las mujeres, pero eso
single
no
men or
necesariamente implicaba
only
tener
men
necesariamente
were the
hijos.
ones that were
Aquí
migrating,
el
but now we're
peso
seeing
de los hombres, el
families.
peso de las
So
familias, de las niñas y
the
niños y
presence
adolescentes,
of
nos
women
muestra
and family members,
posiblemente una
it
dosis importante de
shows
involuntariedad o de migración
a
forzada, ¿no?
high level
Em,
of forced displacement.
Otro de los flujos importantes de la región
One
son
of the
las personas
other
haitianas,
important
que
routes is
lo que ha
the routes
sucedido
that are originated in
en sus últimos
Haiti.
tiempos tiene que ver con
This has to do
migraciones
with
que se dan en
migrations
distintas
that
partes del continente. Si
are
bien sigue existiendo un tipo de
not
sistema
exclusive. It's only
migratorio
there are
insular
other
transfronterizo
patterns.
con República Dominicana, lo cierto es que lo que ha sucedido en los
Of
últimos años es
course,
que
during the
este
recent
flujo ha
years,
pasado por distintas partes
they
del
usually
continente
most of the
y que
people
luego
from Haiti
ha afectado
used to immigrate
situaciones
toward
extremísimas,
Dominican Republic,
situaciones de crisis,
but
pero
then
también de
it
mucha
has grown and now
situación
they're migrating
difícil
towards
y han
Brazil
decidido
and
tener
Chile, but they
ciertos
have suffered
movimientos hacia el país
xenophobia
dentro del
attacks
continente. Y por
in
supuesto hay
Chile.
una
So they
red
have
desde
decided to
2016 muy
spread
importante a México,
throughout the
fundamentalmente a Tijuana,
South
con
American
otras
continent.
ciudades del país. Este
Mexico has another
movimiento
route. Most of
continúa
them have
por la región
migrated to Tijuana.
y claramente es una de
This
las
movement is
también de
still
los
present
componentes más importantes afectados por
and is
distintos
one of
motivos,
the
¿no?
most numerous
Algunos
groups
incluso generados
which
por
are
eventos
affected
naturales,
by
los
different
terremotos, los huracanes,
causes,
pero también asociados a
natural
epidemia de
causes
COVID.
such
La
as
COVID
earthquakes,
tiene una vulnerabilidad
hurricanes,
genética brutal que
health
hace que
issues
alrededor
such
del
as
15% de la población esté
gastrointestinal
fuera del
infections.
país, ¿no? Em,
Many people are immigrating
También
because of the
tenemos
conditions of
contingentes
Haiti. We also
de
have
Asia
groups
orientales, de Asia y
from
África,
other
que han crecido
continents,
significativamente
Africa,
y aquí
which has
la
grown as well.
característica principal, no me
And
quiero
the
detener
main
en esto para
characteristics, I
pasar
don't
a
want
la
to take
última parte de
enough
la
time
presentación,
because I want to
tiene
finish
que
my
ver con la
presentation properly.
irregularidad
but it has to do with the highly irregular pattern. Sometimes we have a high number of migrants um, from other regions, for example, Argentina, Ecuador, or Brazil, and then they spread out throughout the territory, and this has to do more with the irregularity. But of course, there are other challenges, such as ethnic diversity, the distance, cultural distance, physical distances, and this type of group of from other regions has a bit more challenge because they're migrating into a different region. The Mexican migration towards the United States, it is worth noticing the undocumented migrants. Notice that there's a high peak in the 1950s, and then it starts to descend. But this graphic is the numbers until 2020. Notice that there's a low historic from 1960. Despite the facts, the wars that Donald Trump mentioned, the migration is not necessarily caused or originating in Mexico. The, what happened is after COVID started, which we had to shut down the borders, we noticed that there's an increase of the arrivals into the United States. Of course, this coincides with the Biden administration and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic among the migrants in the region, which were impacted economically, and they decide to uh, revisit this migration corridor. But something that is important to highlight is how the elements of the people who arrived in the United States have changed. Mainly, the migration came from Mexico, El Salvador, and Honduras, but notice that now it's the first time since in 2022, migrants who do not belong in Mexico, Central America, represent 44% of the migrants. This is a substantial change, and we see the pattern of the in hemispheric forced displacement. One final situation that I would like to show is the demographic information of the people who are being detained. It used to be only detention, but now it involves detention and deportation. But 10 years ago, they were 87% of unaccompanied migrants, most of them men. And now in 2019, notice that the impact of the caravans. Almost 60% were integrated by families. There's obviously the numbers are not constant, but we see the pattern, the general pattern. So to sum up, what are we seeing with this information, with this data? We're seeing that clearly this pattern of forced displacement, of course, it is mixed because we have people who are migrating by different causes, but there is a general pattern. And this also highlights the importance of noticing the lack of human rights, not only those who are occurring in Venezuela, but also the human rights violation that are occurring during the transit, or those who are transiting different countries to arrive to the United States, how many situations they have to face. And this has set up an important dilemma of the population, regardless of they're migrants or refugees. And I'm going to be brief and show some of the responses from different Latin American countries to these types of migrations, particularly from Venezuela, but from others as well. That is, how have they been treated and what types of responses from the government in terms of policies have been implemented. Again, the migration flow is the one that actually managed to open our eyes and see the reality. regardless, either transit or final destination, but their arriving. Countries in general have responded with immediate response, with some exceptional methods. In the case of Ecuador, I'm sorry, Peru, Colombia, and many specific measures. And throughout time, all of the countries have created one way or another to take care of these flow. For some welcome policies and other types of policies, but they were actually created at the same time in a juxtaposition with containment measures. So this is another dilemma. How are we actually treating these people? People that require international protection or people that are migrants? And I'm just going to show a chart, which I'm not going to read, but we notice the amount of people that are requesting uh, some type of protection refuge in the region. Notice that Peru received more than a half a million of applications, but have resolved only 10,000 of that half a million. So this is an example and of it is happening in the region. But I'm going to sum up. We know there are more than 7 million Venezuelans that are displaced in the world. From that amount, 6 million are currently in Latin America and the Caribbean, and just under 1 million have requested the status of refugee in the region. So there are two readings. People did not, either they did not request to ask refugee status, or they didn't know they could actually request refugee status. And from that fifth part, half of them actually was able to get the refugee status. What happened is many countries are not promoting the refugee status process. So we have exceptions, Mexico and Brazil. Those are the only ones that are using the Cartagena definition. And in this case, 87% and 67% of them are actually acknowledged. But let's say that these two countries are the uh, the only exception. I'm going to move forward. Now, some policies were open border policies, but there are other policies that they're actually in juxtaposing. And this is a relevant data because when the Venezuelan flow began in 2016, people from Venezuela were able to move freely within the Latin American region, pretty much to any country. But up until 2022, 18 Latin American countries have imposed a visa requirement for Venezuelans. In many of these countries were was decided as a unilateral fashion. That is, countries imposed visa requirements to Venezuela. It was not bilateral. Mexico imposed visa requirements to Venezuela last year, I believe, at the beginning of last year. It's also requesting for Venezuelans to have at least a certain amount of dollars in their bank accounts, an amount that is pretty much unreachable because they earn about $20 in average because there's a relative improvement in the Venezuelan economy. But obviously, there are other types of restriction. For example, a lot of red tape in order to obtain permissions, visas, resident permits, just how to submitting the refugee status request. Mexico, as I mentioned, has recently imposed a visa requirement in 2022, and notice the effect that it had with the Venezuelans arriving by air. Notice the months that were previously from the policy of the visa requirement was imposed, and at the beginning of 2022, there's a drop in the numbers.
Venezuela o de otro país donde habían estado afectados, que en realidad muchos de estos
Now,
venezolanos estaban residiendo en otro lado,
many of the
en realidad
Venezuelans
no
are living in
pudieron
other countries, but
dejar de
actually, what
venir para
happened is
tratar de que se
they
puedan
only
ir,
stopped
porque
flying.
lo que hicieron fue
What they
trasladarse
did
a
is they are
vivir
still moving
luctuoso
because
por
they're
tierra
using
desde
more
el lado del mar
treacherous
Caribe, ¿no?
roads and
Entonces,
treacherous
ese
paths, such as the
específicamente el
Darien
caso de las
Gap.
personas
And
venezolanas
notice
cruzando
specifically
la
in the
Central
case of
America.Immigrant
Venezuelans
incrementando
crossing the Darien
constantemente.
Gap,
Ahí tenemos un descenso en noviembre y en diciembre.
notice that
Acuérdense que
the
empezaron
number of people who
este
are crossing
programa de
this gap
llegada
has
de Estados
grown
Unidos, de los aviones, y
exponentially.
eso generó una nueva dinámica en los últimos meses que tenemos
And this
que
has
terminar de ver.
generated a new
Pero
dynamic in
claramente,
the recent
de ser un
months.
flujo que
But
tiempo atrás no tenía mucho
it's
peso
clear
en
that
las estadísticas gráficas
one
oficiales de
of the
derechos humanos,
migration flows
ya
that
pasa a ser
was not
alrededor de
considerable
80%
compared to other
de los que
groups
transitan
of
hacia el
flows,
Mediterráneo
notice that
son
now
personas
this
provenientes
number has
de esos
increased for
países. Otro
Venezuelans.
efecto que tuvo estos
Another
días
effect
claramente es
that this
el
measure
número de
has
saltos
had
en frontera
is
en
the
México con
fewer
respecto a Venezuela.
number
Hay
of
menos
people
rechazo en
being
frontera
rejecting
porque hay
at the
menos
border.
ingresos. Los rechazos en Venezuela
Obviously,
se
there
contabilizan
less
fundamentalmente en
rejection,
México a partir
but
de las
the
entradas
flow is
aéreas en los
fewer
aeropuertos, ¿no?
because these numbers are
Lo siguiente
dictated by
sería
the
la
passengers of
segunda parte de esto
that
también
are
fue la
arrived by air.
gestión de las solicitudes de permiso de
Also,
refugiado de
the
personas venezolanas que han
refugee
llegado
condition
por
of
tierra y han
Venezuelans
optado más por salir por
has
otro medio. Esto nos da
increased.
para debatir mucho tiempo,
So we
porque en
can
realidad
spend a lot of
queremos que
time
nuestros
debating about this
ciudadanos
topic, but we
venezolanos
have to think
querían
if
venir a México a
Venezuelans
solicitar
actually wanted
refugio
to come to
o estaban
Mexico to
transitando para llegar a los
request
Estados Unidos.
refugee
Y esto
status,
hace que
or
veamos
they
este
were
efecto
actually in
adverso, podríamos
transit
decir un
toward the United
perverso, que es
States.
incitar al no haber estos canales regulares para poder migrar,
By not having these
promueve una
channels to
sobresaturación del
migrate,
sistema de asilo de
what
personas
is
que
happening is
posiblemente
it's
no se
actually
quieran
causing
quedar
a
algún solo domicilio
saturation,
en
an
México. Entonces,
over demand
el tema de
of
las respuestas
refugee
migratorias y
status
de refugio
requests in
es complejo.
Mexico.
Ahora,
So it's quite
el último
complex.
dato que me parece muy
The
relevante es
final
que sí
information that I
generó
think it's
con mucha
relevant
claridad fue una menor llegada de
is
personas
the
venezolanas
fewer
a
number
la
of
frontera sur
Venezuelans
de los Estados Unidos.
that
Fíjense
are
que
arriving in the
la
United
parte más
States.
clara, el azul más claro,
If you
muestra la
notice that
reducción y se
the
ubican las
darker
llegadas
blue,
a
notice the
posiciones de
increase
encuentros en la frontera sur de Estados Unidos de
in
venezolanos
the
durante
United
el año
States
2022 comparado
in
con 2021, que fue
2022
mucho
compared
menor,
with 2021,
pero
which was
con la imposición de la visa y con otras medidas
and
como
with
los
the visa
programas
requirement
que
imposed
sacó los Estados Unidos para población venezolana y de otras
with the
nacionalidades,
Venezuelan population and
logran
other,
terminar el año disminuyendo bastante los
you
encuentros
notice that the
en la
numbers have
frontera sur de
diminished
los Estados Unidos.
in the southern border of the
Entonces, para
United
concluir
States.
o para abrir el
So
debate, en
now to
realidad
sum
tenemos
up, or
mucho
actually to
que
open up
conversar
the
sobre
debate,
esto.
because we have
Creo
so
que es
much to talk
importante
about,
tener
I think it's
presente
important
este
to
mayor dinamismo
have
que hay en la
present
región
this greater
latinoamericana,
dynamism
caribeña, que nos
of the
coloca hoy en un
region,
escenario muy
that we
distinto.
have a quite
Creo que
different
también
scenario. I
nos
think
muestra que
that it shows
este
us
patrón del sur al norte
as this
sigue,
pattern from
se
south to
reinventa,
north, it is
pero no
still
es el único que
persistent,
existe en la
it
región, tiene muchas y
reinvents,
diversas
but it's not the only
direccionalidades
one in the region.
y
It
que
has
hay
so many directionalities,
emergencia de este flujo
and
migratorio excéntrico y forzado. Y creo que acá
this
algo que, bueno, para no
leads to
extenderme
the
más, creo que
creation
conversar tiene que
of
ver con
the
que nos muestran la
the
relación entre las
forced displacement.
tendencias
That notice that the
demográficas o demográficas y las
tendencies
políticas
of
migratorias,
demographic
es que
patterns and
podría ser que la
migration
tendencia global
policies is
moviendo
that
desde el sur
the
hacia el
northern
sur y las tendencias
migration
se vean beneficiadas
policies
mutuamente
shape
con estos
the
recursos, ¿no?
southern
Algo en lo que tampoco
migration
había enunciado en la
policies.
presentación, pero que
Something
es
that I
importante
didn't
mencionar,
talk
tiene que ver con
about
las ruedas
during
de
the
la vida.
presentation has
La
to do with
COVID-19
how
está reconfigurando las
COVID-19
dinámicas
is
demográficas
actually
en Latinoamérica,
reshaping
fundamentalmente con
the
la aparición de
migration in Latin
segundos y
America,
terceros movimientos en la región.
particularly with the
Y para cerrar tres últimas
other
ideas,
movements in the
en una
region.
época
And
donde
to
la
sum up,
verdad que América Latina y el Caribe, a pesar de
Latin
tener un
America
sistema de
and
protección
the Caribbean,
internacional y
despite
permiso de
having an
refugiación
international
ejemplar, así se
protection
lo ha visto en distintas partes
with
del mundo, prácticamente no lo utilizan,
towards
salvo México,
migrants,
Brasil
this is
en
not being
algún
used that
grado,
much.
Costa Rica lo hace, y eso
Mexico
brinda
and
una
Brazil
gran
uses
opción
this,
entre tener
but
un sistema normativo
obviously it is
internacional, pero
important to
tener
have
una
more of
marea de
a
países
regional
donde la
or
migración muy rápida,
international
extraordinariamente
regulatory
refugiada y
system
proteccionista, pero que
to
la verdad que
provide
no
protection.
utilizamos.
Unfortunately, not every
La
country
segunda
uses
de las
this.
últimas reflexiones
And
tiene
the
que ver con
second of the
respuestas,
final
si bien han sido
conclusions
diversas y
is that
cambiantes en el tiempo
the
para países
responses have been
latinoamericanos.
diverse.
Yo diría que
I would say that these combined a certain type of humanitarian tendencies and but also contention. And I would like to sum up that since we have no regular paths to migrate, this causes to have a more irregular migration pattern. And obviously, this increases the risk on the population that is migrating. So we have to look at this to see how people who are vulnerable that are forced to take more treacherous routes and also to work on the integration of Latin American countries.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luciana Gardini, for this extraordinary presentation about exodus and displacement on the South Hemisphere, challenges for Latin America and the Caribbean. Right now, we're going to have two commentators. One is in charge. One comment is going to be under Virginia Jasso from the Autonomous University of Coahuila and the representative of the Social Work Network and Immigration. And then Dr. Christine Walsh is going to offer her comments. Whoever wants to listen to the translation for Dr. Christine Walsh, you can connect through your phones on the YouTube channel number 2. But if you don't want to do that, you can go in order outside and using your ID, you can get the headphones to be able to understand Dr. Walsh's comments. Right now, we're going to begin with the comment of Dr. Virginia Jasso. Go ahead, Dr. Virginia Jasso. Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate for this. Okay, thank you.
Sí, creo que mejor aquí. Sí, felicitar a Luciana Gandini
Well, I'm going to congratulate Luciana Gandini for the presentation, and I thank her that she shared all this information as a product of her great experience, and to highlight some points that she was commenting or keynote speaker. It's important to visualize how these matters have been increased, the forced migration subject. Before we will see this kind of movement as a product or result of war reasons. But right now it has been justified because of the great manifestation of different kinds of violence in Latin America and other parts in the world, like structural violence, poverty, delinquency, and also some matters related to political reasons. So it has been increasing, of course, and it has been difficult. And of course, a classification of this because some of them have combined causes of the reasons why they're leaving their homeland. So it looks like in an academic way we can accommodate whatever is immigrating because of poverty or for the violence levels, but there are other causes because we have combined causes in the same family presenting different characteristics and they have the same need of moving. So it is on the contrary here in Mexico when we receive these immigrants, many of them bring this matter, a combined matter or cause. So we have the need to locate them to be able to help them. However, if we use social network, mouth to mouth, sometimes is a way, these things are a way to be facing this situation with immigration, and we can help them to find some support systems if we let them know, and it's going to be easier on them to go to their destiny place, to the place of destination. And of course, if they don't have those kind of resources, it's going to be harder on them to get there or transit through different countries. So the speaker was telling us that whatever we have pointed or named immigrants or refugees, and you can see in different platforms, it is perfectly differentiated. You can have a migrant is the one who's moving, and the refugee is the one who had lived through violence. So whenever you're talking with them, you realize, like the information was given, that there are only a few who request refugee. Some of them, when we talk to them on the population with the transit shelters, they don't even know this process exists. Some of them are reached by delinquency, the violence that made them flee their homeland because of the time the Comar takes to respond. Sometimes they have to wait up to 6 months, and they have to be renting places or maybe living in shelters in some places in our country. And sometimes violence gets to them here. So they have shared their experiences that they found that in some places when they are supposed to be protected, maras found them. And it's specifically in some places in Veracruz and Chiapas. Some these situations leave them outside of the indicator because the information we have it's only of those who stay in the process. Whoever interrupts the process are not counted in this information. People who are in mobility, many of them talk to us of their need to be moving, the need to be relocated. Many of them are being helped by the wonderful program ACNUR offers. However, it's not enough to cover all of them because of the amount of the population we are receiving, especially because of the mass movements that we are seeing with the caravans. Of course, we can see this as an evidence and also provide them a little bit more of security, of safety. However, Mexican authorities, considering they are willing to help, they will always say we're not prepared for to receive all of these people who are moving. But to be honest, we are not prepared to receive any of them. So what the programs have been doing here for the refugees, for example, or the people who have the shelters to help transit population, having a product or a result of these organizations, international and national and local organizations that are supporting themselves with the UN to be able to work. Or also for public policies, even so they always talk about things, and talking about things facilitates things, but we also hear another kind of discussion if we take into account the government say on this is an obstacle. So Mexico, even though we are one of the best countries in response, we have a lot of things that are lacking in the matter of attention. So the speaker was also talking to us about the movement, that we don't have that image that we see, that we find on the pictures. We had one sole individual migrating, but right now what we see is full families, complete families. We are not prepared to help a full family, not population of children, boys, girls, and adolescents, because we have been seeing an increase on this. We don't only help the family, but also the children and the adolescents, because they are traveling with people who are not known to them, and they are not as protected. So of course, we as social worker, we have to have new models to work with this population from whenever we can, because we know the policies won't be able to provide us with this possibility. population of boys, girls, and adolescents is part of this group that's been relocated or displaced with whatever they used to have on the homeland and also for whatever they have in transit. Many of the families who have to travel when they have a stable job or a stable economical situation, stable to live on their country of origin, when they see that their sons are suffering threats from a young age because of delinquency, they have to move away. And we also see this kind of population leaving this violence, and of course, the vulnerability that these people, that these children have because of the biological and psychosocial situation is increased. So, of course, that we have these programs, especially the one in ACNUR, we see these people affected and we don't have enough resources to offer these people, for example, mental health. And we are not only talking about boys and girls and adolescents, but also general population. I appreciate that you gave me the time to make a comment on this information, valuable information Luciana Gandini shared with us. Thank you, Luciana, and thank you everyone for hearing, for listening. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, doctora
Thank
Jasso, por
you,
sus comentarios.
Dr. Hasso, for your
Saludo
comments,
muy
and I
afectuosamente a la maestra Carmen
welcome
Casas Ratia, que se
Professor
incorporó ya
Carmen
a esta
Casas
sesión,
Ratia,
y,
who has arrived to this session.
y le devuelve su saludo la
And
maestra Casas a usted,
of
doctora.
course, Dr. Casas
Muy bien,
would
ahora
like to greet
pasamos
you,
con el
Professor
comentario
Gardini.
de la doctora
Now
Cristina
we're
Walsh de la
going to
Universidad de
hear Dr.
Calgary
Christina
a
Walsh
nuestra
from the
doctora
University of Calgary
Gandini a la exposición. Adelante, doctora
regarding
Cristina Walsh.
Professor Gandini's presentation. You may go ahead, Dr. Walsh.
Thank you very much for your
Muchas
kind
gracias a
information,
todos por
kind
su
invitation for me to present today. I apologize that I won't be speaking to you in Spanish, but maybe next time I'm here. Thank you. I want to say thank you to Dr. Luciana Gandini for your very interesting and most thorough presentation. I learned very much, and you have brought forward many things for us to consider. As you highlight, forced migration is a global phenomenon. As you so clearly point out, it's growing exponentially. Currently, 89 million forced migrants, and the tide of migrants is not slowing. In the Americas and in the Caribbean, as you described, there are different patterns of migration, and it's complex. It's fueled by economic hardship, political corruption, climate change, violence, and other forces. This dynamic also brings real changes for the profession of social work. The hardship and traumatic experience that migrants experience pre-migration, during the very treacherous and harmful journeys that they take in migrating, and once in their host countries when they're settled, they continue to experience economical and sociopolitical exclusion. Unfortunately, the current state of the literature provides us with little direction about how to support migrants and migrant families in particular. We do not yet have evidence-based tools to guide our interventions with migrant populations. For example, a 2021 systematic review of 90 studies on psychosocial interventions on migrants by Camellia et al. Determined that few studies describe resilient interventions in migration contexts. Also, clear prevention and treatment programs were not elaborated, nor was the need to address migrants' traumatic experiences. The researchers conclude that this limited knowledge base hinders professionals working in the fields, and you are going to be future professionals, social work professionals working in the field. Also, little attention was paid to overcome trauma to foster resilience in the current body of literature. Guided by the insights and knowledge about who is migrating, why they're migrating, the course the migrants take in their journey, the experience they have as detailed by our keynote speaker, Dr. Gandini. We know there's much work to do. In this audience, we have the next generation of researchers, clinicians, political activists, policymakers, and social activists. And I'm confident that your passion and competency will help contribute to eradicating the migration crisis that we're currently experiencing. Thank you. I think we can open it up to questions.
¿Alguna pregunta del
Alguna,
auditorio?
is there a question from the audience?
Aquí, por favor.
Yes, here,
Angie.
please. Angie.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hola, doctora. Yo soy
I
Uriel.
want to know how is
Quisiera
the social
saber
work in
cómo
your
es el trabajo social en su país.
Doctora Cristina Walsh.
Dr. Christine Walsh, this question is for you. Quisiera saber cómo es el trabajo social.
Yes, it's very vibrant and popular profession. And at my university, we have the largest school of social work. And we're hoping that we can do exchanges with students who are learning social work here at UNAM and our university. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, como ya estamos en tiempo, doctora
Over
Luciana
time, Dr.
Gandini,
Luciana
¿alguna
Gandini, do you
conclusión
have any
para cerrar su
final
exposición?
conclusions, Dr. Gandini?
Simplemente muchas gracias a
No, the only thing is that I would like to thank Virginia. Gracias, Christine. Lo siento que estuve hablando muy rápido, discúlpenme. And thank you both for your comments. And I will take away two relevant points.
One is that we know that the causes of immigration are mixed, and we can demonstrate this in multiple ways, but the responses in a political way and social way are not prepared for that. And we as researchers, we use information data points that are not ready either, because what do they present? A, B, C, or D? Well, you can say, well, they have a little A, a little D. You know, we have a lot of work to do to be able to document and realize what's going on, and also to have more elements in the policies that are created, because as Virginia said, of course we have many options to help these people as refugees if we have a broader way of help them, like Mexico does when people recognize the systematic protection of human rights from their country of origin. But if we don't realize this exists, we have a challenge. And like Christian said, I'm going to put this information on the presentation, and this is going to cause more questions than answers, because we have a long road to go, and we have to recognize a lot of characteristics that we don't know yet of this forced relocated or displaced
¿Se cerró
people.
el micrófono?
And I appreciate you for your comments and everyone who were present here, and of course to the network for social work, because they
Muchísimas
organized
gracias.
this
Les damos un
conference.
aplauso
Thank you
a
very
nuestro
much. A round of
seminarista
applause for the
y ponente
commentators
magistral.
and the
Muchísimas
keynote
gracias,
speaker.
doctora.
Thank you, doctor.
Muy bien. Pues a
Very good.
continuación,
So
le
next,
pido por favor que
I'm
suba
going
a
to
nuestra
ask
moderadora, la
our
doctora
moderator,
Beatriz
Dr.
Cota
Beatriz
Elizalde.
Cota
Vamos a
Elizalde.
continuar con la
We're
mesa
going to
3,
continue with table number
intervención
3,
social con
social
migrantes.
intervention with
Adelante, doctora,
migrants.
y damos
Go
unos
ahead,
minutos
doctor,
a
and
que
we're
se
gonna give
conecten
them a few
de
minutes to
manera
get
virtual
connected
a
online.
Ana Elizabeth Jardín,
Ana
Jardón
Elizabeth
Hernández.
Jardón Hernández.
También subimos, también
And also
solicitamos que suba
we
a
request
Nilda Álvarez Mariano
Nilda Álvarez Mariano and Mercedes Sánchez Caballero
si están
from
aquí.
No Borders, if they are here.
También vamos a pedir si está conectada
And
ya
also we're going
María
to see if she's
Concepción
connected
Arroyo Rueda
already,
y
María
Vanessa de los
Concepción
Santos
Arroyo Rueda
de la
and Vanessa
Universidad
de los
Juárez de
Santos
Durango.
from the University of
Buenos
Juárez
días,
in
sí, aquí
Durango.
estamos presentes.
Good
Muy
morning,
bien.
yes, we're
Y
here.
también si están ya
And
María
also
Cruz
if Maria
Juárez
Cruz
Aragón,
Juárez Aragon is ready,
la maestra Gatica Gómez,
Professor
y Tomás
Gatica
Silva
Gómez
Montalegre
and
de
Tomás
la
Silva
Universidad de
Montalegre
Tamaulipas.
from the University of Tamaulipas.
Muy bien.
Good
También
morning, good morning.
damos paso para que suba la
And also
doctora
we're going
Hilda
to
Rosibel
request
Borjas y
Hilda
la
Rosibel
doctora Susi
Borjas
Villegas,
and Dr. Susi
que nos
Villegas.
acompañen, por favor.
If you can please come here.
Sí, estamos aquí presentes.
Muy bien.
Sí. Gracias.
Pues, doctora Beatriz Cota, le cedo el uso de la palabra
Well,
para
Dr. Beatriz Cota, if you can go and moderate the third track, social intervention with migrants. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure for me to be here and have the pleasure of moderating this table. Track 3, social intervention with migrants. To start, the details are 10 minutes for presenter, and at the end, we're gonna leave 10 minutes for Q&A. The first participation will be Ana Elizabeth Jardón Hernandez. Is she here? Yes, I'm here, connected. She's presenting communities and links to for people who are located in the center of Mexico. She comes from the Autonomous University of Central Mexico. Go ahead, Ana. Can I share my screen? Yes, you are habilitated.
Ok, ¿ya se ve?
Can you see it?
¿Se ve? ¿Sí? Ok.
Can you see it?
Bueno,
Yes.
10 minutos, muy poquito tiempo.
10 minutes is not enough time.
Voy
Thank
a
you very
empezar
much.
con
I'm going to
esta
start
presentación donde
with this
básicamente lo que busco
presentation where
es un
basically what I'm
poco
looking
research. Some surveys were conducted, non-structured surveys. We also were able to obtain life experiences from them and study different aspects, social aspects, economical, and we had an opportunity to share time and spare time with those families. I would talk about indigenous women, women that starting from their work, they started working as laborers, and little by little, they started to organizing their work until they consolidated their work when they became in workforce leaders. As we can see, the program Coalición de los Derechos Humanos del Inmigrante, SHIRLA, the programs for the migrant development in Oaxaca, the Center CBDEO, and El Merced, organizing projects, Programa PICO, building strategic alliances, and also other support from the Palm Valley Institute. In this type of leadership, we have worked with them, with the associations, by the methodology of action and intervention, and also with the popular education method. This is how we work with the people, indigenous descent, migrant families from Oaxaca who have always worked as laborers. And starting from that point, their children have been able to develop in some via civil organizations, as we mentioned, as the program, the coalition program for human rights, Sheila. Brenda, for example, is a girl that after growing within a laborer family, she went to school and she had the opportunity to study which is called Social, Labor, and Communitary Integration of People in Migrant Families who are subjected to international protection in Mexico City and the metropolitan area. They come from the Sin Fronteras organization. We give the floor to Hilda and Mercedes. Maya. They are presenting a work which is titled Caregiving That Comes and Goes, Families, the Elderly, and Migration in Durango, Mexico. Hello, good morning. Hello, everyone from Durango. national feminist analysis of the experiences of returned migrant women to Kosovo.
Sí. El siguiente trabajo va a ser una
Now,
grabación.
the following work is going to be a recording. It's being uploaded right now at the booth.
Podríamos pasar a la siguiente.
Could we move on to the next presentation?
A la otra.
To the next one? Yes, we're moving up to the next one. Yes.
Entonces,
Okay.
sería María Cruz Juárez
So
Aragón,
we have Maria Cruz Juárez Aragón,
Avesita
Avesita
Gatica Gómez y
Gatica
Tomás
Gómez,
Silva
and
Montealegre,
Tomás Silva
con el
Montealegre
título
with the
Desplazamiento
presentation
forzado por
Forced
cambio climático en
Displacement
el
due to climate
municipio
change in the
Miquihuana,
municipality of
Ejido San
Miquihuana.
José del Llano,
Case study
vienen de
Equizo
la
San José,
Universidad
Ejido
Autónoma de
San José del
Tamaulipas,
Llano. They are
México.
coming from the Autonomous University of
¿Están listos,
Tamaulipas, Mexico. Are
compañeros?
you ready, fellow colleagues? That is correct. Good morning to all. And thank you for the provided space. I'm going to share my screen. This is a research that has been conducted in this country. This is going to actually allow us to have a better dimension of the situation. And of course, at the beginning was the analysis of the plant that we considered that was going to promote the social and economical development of a region. However, when we conducted the evaluation, with the qualitative focus and through techniques, surveys, observation, we notice, as you see on the screen, that an ejido occupies a geographical area. You notice it's completely dry. We notice that one way or another, this ejido not only was has plants like the chaparral plant, but also had a social condition quite particular for this town. And we can classify them as refugees due to climate change. We notice, as you can see, there is a quite peculiar conditions on the floor. We can see that these bushes, although these bushes are green, the chaparral bush, we can notice that the rest of the region is dry. Most of them, most of the people who took up the surveys were women. They don't have that many inhabitants. So we and also we were able to find a social familiar aspect that is most of the families, the head of the household were mothers, and the average age of the daughters are around 15 years. And we noticed that this migration was caused by climate change. Among the environmental aspects in the region, we noticed that the soil was beginning to dry up due to the increase in temperature and scarcity of water resources. These were not only the characteristics which were observed. Now, the water is crucial because they have lakes, artificial lakes, but we noticed that these lakes were experiencing pollution because they don't have a system to treat the water. So obviously, this is an ecological impact because this causes a forced displacement, mostly by men. In the image, you can see the main water source of the ejido. It's a um, artificial lake or a pond, if we can call it like that. And this water source is the one that provides water to pretty much the region. So we started to analyze the main water sources. In this case, the inhabitants of San Jose del Llano, being next to the municipalities of the state of Nuevo León, we noticed that the migration was moving toward Nuevo León. First of all, because the climate conditions, the water condition, and also economical and institutional conditions. Tomas, you only have 1 minute. Yes, we're about to sum up. Thank you. Very kind. So we actually had to understand the forced displacement due to climate change. This was not only a condition because of food insecurity, quite the contrary. It was impacted because of political decisions, economical conditions, and also a relationship with climate change. So we also had to establish a relationship, institutional relationships to uh, make a more relationship, organic relationship between the human beings and the environment. And we thank all for your attention. And of course, if anyone have anything or any question, we are open to providing the answers. It's a great work that you're doing in Tamaulipas.
No, es Tamaulipas.
Professor Sylvia, can you please play the video from Katrina Kusari?
Silvia, no se escucha. ¿Pudieras ponerle sonido?
If you can hear, could you please activate the sound?
Called Post-Colonial and Transnational Feminist Exploration.
Exploración feminista.
Because of a flight change, I couldn't be at the conference in person or virtually, and I'm really thankful to the conference committee that allowed me to pre-record my presentation so that I can share it with you. My presentation focuses on the experiences of returned migrant women. While within the social sciences and social work more particularly, we're a lot more likely to hear about refugees and their resettlement, we're a lot less likely to hear about the experiences of returned migrants. Returned migrants refers to those who are rejected asylum, so those who are never granted refugee status, as well as former refugees who return to their country of origin. I became interested in this topic because in 1999, my country, Kosovo, experienced a war, and close to 1 million people were displaced. Immediately after the war, the majority of those returned, some voluntarily, some because they lost their refugee or protection status in the host countries. When the war ended, I, along with many other people, thought that this would be the end of displacement for Kosovars, but unfortunately, we were wrong. In 2015, Kosovars made up the fourth largest group of asylum seekers in European Union countries. But because Kosovo by 2015 was considered a safe country, 96% of those were rejected and therefore returned to Kosovo. I was more interested to learn about how this process happens when it comes to people who return to their countries of origin rather than resettle in a host country. And what I learned is that since 1996, repatriation, which refers to the right of forcibly displaced people to return to their country of origin, has been the preferred solution to migration crisis used by the UNHCR as well as the European Union countries. The adoption of repatriation as a preferred solution is based on the assumption that returning home is a natural and problem-free process. It might be helpful to look at how the preference for sustainable solution has evolved over the years. And what we see is that right after World War II until 1985, resettlement of refugees in a host country was seen as a sustainable and preferred solution. From 1985 to 1995, host countries advocated for voluntary repatriation to be a sustainable solution to displacement, seeing that they no longer wanted to resettle refugees in their own countries. And after this advocating and lobbying in 1996, the UNHCR adopted repatriation as a durable solution to migration crisis. And repatriation has been the preferred solution since 1996. One of the reasons why this is concerning is because while the assumption is that repatriation is sustainable because returning home is a problem-free process, research points us to the contrary. Research shows that rejected asylum seekers face multiple challenges upon return, yet their numbers are still on the rise. So host countries continue to return both former refugees and rejected asylum seekers. And repatriation, studies suggest, is not sustainable, seeing that up to 76% of those who return desire to re-emigrate, pointing to the unsustainability of return. In addition, current research shows that the evidence that was consulted when repatriation became the preferred solution mostly comes from host countries, meaning that the perspectives of countries of origin, such as Kosovo, are largely missing from research. Lastly, there's a lack of transnational repatriation research, which addresses a global North and South power imbalance. And this is important because there's studies which suggest that it is the interest of global North countries rather than the interest of refugees and asylum seekers themselves, which guide the preference for repatriation. So because of this, the question that I asked for my research was, how do return migrant women in Kosovo discursively navigate and negotiate repatriation as a transnational process in the context of the Kosovo-EU power relations? For those of you who are not familiar, I think it's important to contextualize Kosovo. So Kosovo is located in Southeastern Europe. It is the youngest country in Europe, having declared independence in 2008. So I like to say that my country is younger than I am. But because Kosovo aspires to join the European Union, it has agreed to implement policies and regulations that are suggested or recommended by European Union countries. Because it's such a small country, a population of only 1.8 million, and it has, as you can see on the screen here, really high poverty and unemployment rates. Kosovo often depends on development aid, both by EU countries as well as the United States and other countries that invest in Kosovo. But what makes it a particularly interesting case study for return migration is that since 1999, Kosovo is among the top 10 countries of origin for return migrants, meaning that it accepts one of the largest numbers of return migrants per capita. And seeing that it's such a small country, return migrants make a significant percentage of the population. Kosovo is an important case study. In addition, because the EU and the UN have had such an influence in Kosovo's post-war development, looking at repatriation within the Kosovo context also gives us insight into how global power dynamics impact the preference for repatriation, as well as how repatriation is carried out. So because of this, I combined post-colonial and transnational feminist theories into a theoretical framework for this particular study. Post-colonial theories were helpful because they signify opposition to practices and discourses that are present in Kosovo, meaning that since the end of the war in 1999, Western so-called experts have assumed that they know what is best for Kosovo and how to best build Kosovo after the war. However, because the context is rarely taken into consideration, many of the projects that have been implemented in Kosovo have largely failed due to a neglect for taking context into consideration. Post-colonialism was also helpful because it contextualizes the mobility of displaced people, such as returned migrants, in terms of globalization. And again, we can't look at repatriation or return migration as an isolated process, but we need to look at it as something that's connected to larger migration trends, as well as regional and global power dynamics. And lastly, post-colonialism was helpful because it helped me to address how the dichotomy between self and other often obscures the power differential between the global North and the global South. Here, it's important to define what I mean by global North and global South. So global North and global South does not refer to the geographic location of the country, because as you can see from the square in the screen here, this is where Kosovo is located. So Kosovo is located in Europe, but it has the socioeconomic development of what is usually considered a global North country. So by focusing on Kosovo itself, the study aimed to challenge the dichotomous separation of the world into the global North and the global South. In addition, I used transnational feminism in order to analyze capitalism as a process that's mediated by gender, class, sexuality, and hierarchies of race. And this was important because increasingly research that focuses on migration notes that migration is a gendered process. But so far, repatriation research has not taken gender into consideration as a significant factor in what impacts return migration. Transnational feminism was also helpful because it focuses on the intertwinement of the local and the global, as well as the personal and collective, which allowed me to not only understand the individual experiences that return migrant women go through, but also link such experiences to the society and important social factors that impact the realities in Kosovo. And lastly, transnational feminism helped to theorize migration not only as a gendered process, but also as a transnational process, meaning that it involves several different countries and that migration is rarely just one way, that people move back and forth between countries, and we need to take into consideration how this movement impacts the experiences of those who return to their countries of origin. Because both post-colonialism and transnational feminism are concerned with issues of power, I use critical discourse analysis as my methodology. Critical discourse analysis is a research methodology that is concerned with how language and discourse are used to maintain oppressive relations of power. In this particular study, critical discourse analysis, or CDA, helped me to investigate and resist xenophobia, but by looking at both the cognitive and social subsystems which maintain it. So I looked at both how return migrant women made sense of their experiences at a cognitive level, but also at how the society in which they live often reinforces the dominant discourses that shape their experiences. CDA also helped me to examine the discourses used to portray forced migrants, looking at how the way that return migrants are portrayed impacts the policies which in turn shape return experiences. CDA also engages with the historical and contemporary political and economic structures which shape migration policies, and therefore it was helpful to contextualize the experience of return migration within Kosovo's current and historical factors. And lastly, CDA is concerned with making apparent mechanisms which silence marginalized groups. And as I said at the beginning of this presentation, we are not likely to hear the voices of returned migrants in social work research. And so my research sought to address this gap and also shed light or highlight the voices of returned migrant women who are returning to Kosovo. For methods, I use semi-structured episodic interviews with 15 returned migrant women to Kosovo. They were all adults, so over the age of 18. They had left Kosovo and came back between 1999 and 2020 when I started to conduct my research. And they had to be back in Kosovo for at least 3 months in order to participate in research. Because I speak the local language, Albanian, all interviews were conducted in Albanian, and the participants were able to choose the location, date, and time of the interviews. All participants were recorded during their interviews, and their interviews were later analyzed in order to look at the dominant discourses that emerged from the interviews that I conducted with 15 returned migrant women to Kosovo. What the findings show, and here I'll focus on the dominant discourses, as you can see in this when Kosovars enter the European Union, they're often asked where they're coming from. And the answer from Europe is used to highlight the fact that within Europe, there are many push factors that force people to move away from their countries of origin and seek a better life in different countries. And indeed, one of the key discourses that came up in this research is discourses of opportunity. So as you can see from what Sadia said here, she said, if it wasn't for my children, I would not do it. I would not leave my family here. I would not leave my country, my place. I would not leave this house. I don't want to leave my house, but for my children, I guess. And there was silence, meaning that she was really grappling with this idea that she was leaving Kosovo in the first place in order to secure a better future for their children, even though this might not have been a decision that she made had she not had children. There were also discourses of deception, and with many returned migrant women that I interviewed saying that coming back to Kosovo felt like a nightmare. And what they meant by this is that many times they still had valid permits in their countries of origin, but they were taken at really early in the morning, 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. in the morning. Police officers and immigration officers came to their door and gave them 30 minutes to get ready and take them to the airport. For some of these individuals, this was a very traumatic experience because they had spent up to 18 years in the host country, meaning that for their children, Kosovo did not feel like home because it was a strange country that they'd never been to. So it felt very foreign. For this reason, many participants noted that it felt like a nightmare returning to Kosovo. And what made their return to Kosovo difficult after the first month of return was what I termed discourses of comparison, with returnees constantly comparing Kosovo to what they had in host countries. So Samira, for example, said, Kosovo can learn a lot from Germany regarding laws and the economy. Germany is a strong country. If Kosovo were half as good, that would be enough. So Samira here is portraying Kosovo as inferior to Germany in this case, and saying that Kosovo can't even be half as good as Germany is. These discourses made participants feel like they had really lost the chance to lead a better life in a country that offered a better standard of living. And because of that, they struggled to repatriate to Kosovo and rather desire to re-emigrate rather than repatriate. So this is in line with the research that I shared earlier on, that most of those who do return desire to re-emigrate rather than repatriate, therefore suggesting that repatriation is not sustainable, as the UNHCR claims. What this means when we look at the conclusions or the recommendations of my research is that we need more policies that are informed by the voices of those who are impacted by return migration, rather than individuals who don't have experience of migration and make policy decisions based on the interests of global north countries rather than the interests of refugees and asylum seekers. When it comes to social work in particular, the study offers insights into the role of social workers in advocating for policy change while embracing the politicized nature of the profession. So what this means is that as we're working one-on-one with individual return migrants, we need to always contextualize their experiences within the historical and current context in order to make sure that we're not perpetuating the oppression that they often experience. A different part of this study, in one which I did not report here, included interviews with service providers in order to determine the role that social workers can play in fighting the injustices that return migrants often face. When it comes to practice, social work practice, and the implication of this study for it, the study offers insight into the experiences of return migrant women and the current role of service providers or social workers in facilitating return. One of the things that I found is that social workers often experience dilemmas because they have to, at the same time, stay true to the social work commitment to social justice, while also realizing or not being able to do much when the rights of return migrants are violated. And this is because the rights of return migrants are often violated by host countries that hold a lot more power than countries of origin. And therefore, social workers need to come together across borders in order to advocate for more humane return processes. This study also offered insight into the discourses used by social workers to construct return migrants, meaning that social workers often rely on dominant discourses which construct return migrants as illegitimate migrants, meaning that because their asylum was rejected, they did not have a legitimate reason to seek asylum. This black and white view of why someone should or should not get asylum really hinders the social workers' commitment to social justice and anti-oppressive practice because it takes away from the complexity of the lives of return migrants and by only categorizing them as legitimate or illegitimate migrants. Because of this, it's really important for us as social workers to lobby, to advocate for policies that really reflect the voices of, in this case, return migrants. Thank you very much. I know this is a very quick overview of my study, and I'm really sorry that I'm not there in person to answer any questions. But if you have some interest or if you have any questions about what I just presented, please feel free to email me. This is my email address, katrina.kusari@ucalgary.ca. It would be really lovely to connect with any of you who are interested in a similar topic. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks. Bye.
Bien, seguimos con la presentación
Well,
de
now we have the presentation of a comprehensive approach from the schools of social work with migrant communities in Honduras and the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. It is Professor Borges and Susi Villegas from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ha sido muy rica para todos. Yo creo que
this has been a very fructiferous presentation. This project that we are going to present along with my colleague Susi Villegas, we have the face-to-face modality and I'm online, I'm virtually. So we're going to present this conference along or together.
Bien, este abordaje integral desde las
Well,
escuelas de
this
trabajo
comprehensive approach from the schools of social work with migrant community is in Rio Grande Valley in Honduras. It is, of course, supported by the School of Social Work and the School of Social Work in Honduras, and also the School of Social Work and the University of Rio Grande Valley. Next slide, please.
Siguiente. Bueno, la escuela
questions to for the presenters?
¿Alguien tiene alguna
If
duda,
someone has,
inquietud?
if someone has any question, any concern?
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hi,
¿Se
good
escucha?
afternoon. Can you hear
Ah,
me?
ok, gracias.
Okay.
Primero
So
es con la
first,
licenciada Jardón del
this is
Estado de
with
México.
Professor
Me gustaría
Jardon from
conocer
the
el
state of
impacto
Mexico. We would
de
like
su
to
trabajo,
know
si lo ha hecho desde la academia.
the impact of
Y
your
bueno,
work, if you have done it from the
desafortunadamente lo recuerdo muy
academy
bien. La política
or
del
the
Estado de
academia.
México es prácticamente
And as
nula
you
con
said
relación
that
a la
the
migración.
policies
Sabemos
in
que
the state
hay
of
una
Mexico
migración
is
interna
practically
de origen, que
inexistent
solamente tiene que
from
ver a
the
la
area of
migración. De
immigration.
ahí en fuera, dentro de sus
So
políticas,
some of them are
existen
just there
parámetros
to have something,
estratégicos
but
para la
out of
migración.
that, we don't
Llama
have
mucho la
the
atención que
strategic
solamente
parameters
menciona
to be able to
municipios
put them
de
into
Nesa y de
action.
Ecatepec,
And it was
y una
interesting that
parte
you
de
mentioned the
Nepantla. Sin
municipalities of
embargo,
Neza,
puede
Ecatepec,
existir
and
un mayor problema
Nepantla.
que es Tultitlán,
However, we have
Tapasco,
Cutitlán,
Huehuetoca
Tapasco,
y
Huehuetoca,
alguna dentro de la
and
ruta migratoria, ¿no?
the temple of the
Quisiera saber, y
migrating
la parte
route.
del empleo, ¿cómo
So
lo
that
implementan
those are
ustedes?
the worst
Y con relación a
municipalities.
esto,
Why didn't you
el
mention them?
programa
And how do you implement your
de
work there?
Sinaloa,
And also about the
con la
Sinaloa
comunidad
program with the
oaxaqueña, me
community
parece muy
from
interesante.
Oaxaca. It
Quisiera
is very
saber cómo
interesting for
intervienen
me.
y
How do
cómo
you
detectan a
intervene
esta
and
comunidad
how
de
do you
Oaxaca
detect this
para poder
community
trabajar. Habla
from
usted de
Oaxaca to
mujeres
be able
y
to
habla
work
usted
with
de la
them? You were
identidad
talking about women
afrodescendiente.
and also the
¿Conocen estas
self-identity through
características de
women
las
that
comunidades que viven en
you are
Oaxaca?
able to avoid the
Ustedes
loss
como
of
hijos
the
que
identity of the
recuerdan
communities of
su
Oaxaca.
lengua materna o
And
su
also, do
segundo
you
idioma.
sometimes interact with them
Gracias.
on their mother tongue or their language? Thank you.
My question is regarding the project between the United States and Honduras, and it's due to the geographical location. Is there any difficulties through the Mexican territory? That is there some sort of intervention or some sort of participation, or where do you tackle with this situation? I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Could you repeat the question, please? Yes. Can you hear me now? Yes. Well, due to the geographical location between of United States and Honduras, is there some sort of difficulty the journey through those countries or within Honduras and United States? That is Mexico, particularly. Well, can you hear me? Well, okay, I'm going to sing now. No, just kidding. Well, we are located in the Rio Grande Valley. So we had a map, but we took it away. So that means that right from my house to the border with Mexico, we're just 6 miles, so just a few kilometers. So, and the university is 10 miles. So it's really, really, really located on the border. So we are where it is the drama, so to speak, of this issue. There are some issues, yes. Sometimes the university, well, we are limited because there's some sort of risks in some of the areas, but usually the university were a little bit limited to travel. But we have been working more and more on presence of our population that are working in the units that are working there. Now in Honduras, we're right now processing, we're helping or trying to um, bear the need that our colleagues can come and stay because it's an issue because usually the American embassy is always questioning, okay, who's going to overstay their visas or things like that. But for now, the geographical situation, we are currently focusing on Honduras and in that corridor where the university is located. I don't know if I answered your question. Hopefully I did.
Compañeros que están por vía electrónica, algunos de ustedes
Those who
tienen
are
preguntas.
following our Zoom
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
feed, would you like to ask a question or answer a question?
Bueno, ¿Puedo responder a la pregunta que me hiciste
May
hace un
I
momento?
answer the question that
Sí,
was presented
sí.
just
Bueno,
moments ago?
sobre
Well,
desde qué sector estoy realizando la
about
investigación es
from
en la
what
academia. Soy profesora
sector I'm
investigadora
doing.
de
Well,
la
I'm from the
Autónoma de la
academia.
Ciudad de
I'm
México.
a researcher from the
Sin
State
embargo, pues
University
no quiero
of
anteceder los
the State
procesos
of
de
Mexico.
cooperación con otros actores, como lo señalaba
Of
en la
course, I can
presentación,
also
que se
participate with
facultan para
other
integrarme con la
members with the
Secretaría
public
de Economía
sector,
de la sociedad
particularly,
civil.
and also different
Entonces se busca un poco
civil
como esa
organizations. So we're
representación
looking to
legal
add that
para alimentar
comprehensive
diferentes
focus
miradas, tener diferentes
to
voces,
have
digamos, con
different
respecto a los
perspectives,
procesos de
different
migración y
voices
de
when
la
it comes
población
to the
refugiada en
work
Central México.
integration, particularly in the uh,
Sobre
center region of
los
Mexico.
municipios, bueno,
Regarding the
hacía énfasis
municipalities,
en esa,
was
la
making an
Nepantla,
emphasis in
para
the
el caso solamente porque no
Netzahualcoyotl
me dio tiempo de
in
presentar.
Tlalnepantla.
Sin embargo, como esto en realidad forma
However,
parte de un
this
proyecto de investigación
actually
más
is
amplio con
part of a
población
more
refugiada,
bigger
son diversos los municipios que salen a la
research.
luz, pero como el fin es
Um,
identificar
but
justo
we
cómo se
have
están
different municipalities. But
integrando,
the idea is to
cómo se está o
how
qué aspectos se están
or what
considerando para
aspects
propiciar
are
sus
being
procesos de
considered
integración laboral.
to
Se está
work
considerando mucho municipios de la zona
on this
condada del
study.
Estado de
We're
México,
considering the
justo por lo que
municipalities
mencionaba
that
en la
are
presentación por esas
integrating the
regiones del
metropolitan area of
intercambio que se da
Mexico City
también
because
con
of
la
the
Ciudad de
interchange that
México
is happening between
como
Mexico
Estado de
City
México. Entonces se
and the state
consideran
of Mexico.
diferentes
So we
municipios
notice different
por igual.
municipalities and
Salen
the
a la luz
metropolitan
obviamente
area,
municipios que hacen
obviously
parte de la ruta
municipalities that are
migratoria,
part of the
pero por ejemplo
migration route.
también tengo
But
otros
for
casos
example, we
como
have
algunos
other cases
municipios
where we see
que no
municipalities
necesariamente
that not
corresponden a esto, ¿no?
necessarily
Que son, digamos, los
pertain
tradicionales, por
the
ejemplo,
metropolitan
Toluca,
area.
Metepec, Tenango,
Toluca,
Calimaya,
Metepec,
San Antonio de
Tenango,
la Isla,
Calimaya, San Antonio la
municipios
Isla
donde
are some of the
ni siquiera
municipalities that
vemos a través de un
not
acercamiento con autoridades que
even
hay un
um,
reconocimiento sobre
considered
la
being considered
necesidad
under the
de ser
metropolitan area.
refugiada
However,
en
they
estos
do
espacios.
shelter
Entonces, lo que se alcanza a
some of
ver
the
es una
refugees. So
diversificación
there's a
territorial de los
diversification when it
lugares en los que está
comes to
buscando
the
establecerse esa población.
municipalities
Espero haber
that are
respondido a
receiving
la pregunta.
this type of population. And hopefully, I
Gracias.
was able to
Para la
reply to
primera
your
maestra,
question.
esto resultó de la maestría en trabajo social.
This
¿En qué
actually,
sector? Ahí yo
um,
descubro que
my work at the
no
master's
hay una
level,
reproducción étnica de la lengua, la,
there isn't any
la vestimenta,
reproduction
por
of
ejemplo, no hay, en
yeah,
Sinaloa no hay. Y
languages,
lo único que
clothing, or
hay
nothing in
como la
Sinaloa.
lengua se ve solamente en los núcleos familiares,
But
al
you
interior
see
de los
it
núcleos
if
familiares. Entonces,
regarding
con esa
languages, you can
inquietud,
only
yo
see
me
it
voy
in
a
the family level.
California
So I went
siguiendo
to
a los
California
oaxaqueños,
and I followed the people from
Cuatecas Altas se
Oaxaca,
llama el
from
lugar,
Cuatecas Altas,
y
is the name of the
a
place.
partir de un contacto de
And
aquí de la UNAM,
with
una
thanks to
directora
someone,
de tesis, me encuentro
the
a
head
este
of a
muchacho.
thesis project, I was able to
Él
meet
es
someone,
líder allí
and
en
he's the
California,
leader,
y él fue uno de los que me
and
llevó hacia
he,
las muchachas
he's one of
y también hacia otros compañeros
the one
hombres
that took me with them
a revisar, a ver de qué
to
manera
review to
realizan su
see
trabajo y eso. Y él
how
decía, ellos
and
utilizan las
we work, and they
instituciones, las
used
instancias,
institutions.
utilizan mucho
They
la
use a
investigación
lot
participativa y la educación popular. Esos son
mostly the
lo que
popular
consiguen
education,
las diversas instancias.
and
Y es a través de los
it's
jóvenes
through the
que ellos
young
llegan
people
a
that
sus familias y
they
a sus grupos
actually reach out
étnicos
to the
a
ethnic
desarrollar
groups to develop
sus funciones
their
tratando de reproducir
functions and
su,
trying to
su etnia,
reproduce
¿no?
their
Tratando de reproducir
ethnicity,
su
trying to
lengua,
reproduce their
su
language,
vestimenta,
their
su alimentación, y de hecho
costume,
sí se lleva a cabo. Los muchachos hablan la lengua,
meals, and
no
they
son
do
todos
speak the
porque
language,
pues
not
es
all
un
of them,
trabajo cualitativo
because for qualitative
difícilmente, ¿no?
work,
Pero los que
it's
me
hard to come
tocó,
by. But
los que me
those
tocó
who I
trabajar
was
fueron
able
como
to
unos
identify, I
20.
think it was
Esos
20.
muchachos y muchachas estuvieron
Uh, all of
trabajando
them
muy,
were
muy
working
organizadamente
in a
en
organized fashion in
en
the
tareas
Galaguets,
de los grupos indígenas, en varias actividades
in
políticas,
many activities,
cívicas, que nos
civic
íbamos a Fresno
activities, political
a
activities.
protestar por alguna cosa. Yo con
We
ellos, ¿no?
went
Yo no
to
fui a protestar,
Fresno
pero iba
to
con ellos.
protest. I
Los
didn't
acompañé
protest myself, but
al
I,
Capitolio,
came along with them.
a
I
Sacramento, en
went
Sacramento, y
to
estuve muy cerca pues, del desarrollo que tienen
to
esos jóvenes a partir de la
the
incursión en
Capitol
esas
building
asociaciones
in
civiles.
Sacramento,
Son ellos entonces los que
and
ahora están
all of them
reproduciendo
are
al interior de sus
who
familias
are
y al interior de su grupo
reproducing
étnico
within their
todas
families
estas
all of
características
these
étnicas que
characteristics
poseen, ¿no? se sienten orgullosos
They are
de sus raíces.
proud of their
Entonces
roots.
están muy interesados
They're
en
very
conocer su
interested in
cultura
knowing their
y
culture
establecer esos
and to
mecanismos
establish these
entre la
mechanisms
tierra de origen y el
within
destino
their
para
origin and
desarrollar
destination to
proyectos que
develop
ya están
projects
trabajando
that
ahorita.
are currently being
No sé si
worked
le contesté.
on. I don't know if I answered
Gracias.
your
Entonces, ¿alguien
question.
más?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Pues parece que no, ya tienen hambre.
Okay,
Entonces,
it's a sign that everyone is hungry.
les agradezco
Okay, so
mucho
we're
que
going to
se
take a
hayan-
lunch break.
que nos hayan
Thank you all for
escuchado
being here and thank
atentamente.
you for your
Un aplauso, por
attention.
favor.
A big hand, please. A big round of applause to everyone.
Le agradecemos mucho
And we
a la
thank
doctora
Dr.
que moderó esta mesa,
um,
la doctora
Dr. Beatriz
Cota,
Delia Cota for moderating this
finalmente,
table.
aparte de dos roles, presentó su
And
ponencia.
also you
Y les
presented your
agradecemos
work
a
and we
las
thank
ponentes
the
de Sin
presenters
Fronteras,
from Sin
IAP. Muchas gracias
Fronteras.
por haber
Thank you so
asistido,
much for
queridas
being here,
colegas,
dear
y
colleagues.
también a
And
Susi Villegas, que
also
está
Susi
aquí,
Villegas, who
manera
is
presencial,
here,
y a todos los que se
and
conectaron,
all of those who
a
joined
Ana
us,
Jardón,
Ana Jardón,
Concepción Arroyo
Concepción
Rueda,
Arroyo Rueda,
Vanessa,
and Vanessa, and Maricruz
Juárez,
Juárez, Avesita Gatica,
claro,
and Tomas Silva, who participated in these presentations. Thank you. And also, I would like to, now that we are the acknowledgements to the two interpreters who have had a phenomenal work. Thank you very much to Viridiana and Dorian, who have really supported this throughout these 2 days. Thank you very much. So I would like to invite those who are able to come back, now that we're talking about migration, we're going to have a space starting right now, but we're going to have a break. But at 2 o'clock, we will close the ceremony with the final track of the conference, gender track. Please don't miss it. We're going to have quite interesting topics, either face-to-face and remote. Professor Sagrario Garay is going to moderate, and we're going to conclude the ceremony at 3 o'clock with the entire organizing committee and Professor Carmen Casa. So we take a break, a lunch break. We'll meet again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos, bienvenidas de
Good
nuevo.
afternoon. Welcome all
La última mesa
for the
de la
last
séptima conferencia
discussion
regional de trabajo
table of
social
the
y
seventh
migración
conference
de México, los
of
Estados
social
Unidos,
work
Canadá y
and
Centroamérica,
immigration of
con el tema
Mexico, United
Éxodos y
States, Canada, and
trayectorias
Central
migrantes
America,
entre la ruptura
with the
y la
subject
reconstrucción.
Exodus and
Cerramos
Trajectories,
con un
Migrant
tema
Trajectories
muy
between
importante
Rupture
de
and
la
Reconstruction.
mesa
We're
eje
going
quinto,
to close
género y
this
migración.
conference
Tenemos
with
de
a
manera
very important
presencial
subject.
a la doctora
On the
Virginia
fifth
Jasso
track, we have
como
Virginia
ponente y
Jasso as
también
a
al
presenter
doctor Luis
and
Álvarez.
also Dr. Luis Alvarez.
También estarán conectadas Jenny Carmen Cabrera,
We are also
Luz
going to have
Mercedes
Jenny
Verdugo,
Carmen Cabrera,
Maricela
Luis
Rivera,
Mercedes Verdugo,
también Leonor
Marisela
Tereso
Rivera,
Ramírez
Leonora
y
Teresa
Luz
Ramírez,
Mercedes Verdugo
and Luz
Araujo.
Mercedes Verdugo Araujo,
Y también Luis Lacour
as well as
Suárez.
Luis Lacourt
Hace uso
Suárez.
de la palabra y cedo a
I'm going
la
to give the
doctora
floor to
Sagrario Garay
Dr.
Villegas de la
Sagrario
Universidad
Garay
de Nuevo León,
Villegas
México.
from the
Adelante,
University
doctora,
of
tiene la
Nuevo
palabra.
León, Mexico. Go ahead, doctor, you have the floor.
Listo. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos en esta
Good afternoon,
tarde,
everyone.
esta última
Thank you
sesión de
for
esta
being here with
segunda
us on
conferencia
this
de migración.
afternoon, on the last session.
Si cierran su micrófono quienes están en línea, por
If
favor.
you can close
Y
your
bueno, vamos a
microphone, whoever
tratar
is online, please.
de dar
And we are going
celeridad a
to
esta
try
mesa porque
to be
tenemos a las
fast
3
on
de
this
la tarde
table
la
because at 3
clausura.
p.m. we
Vamos
have
a comenzar. Bueno, les
the
pido de
closing
favor a quienes nos
ceremony.
acompañan en línea
And please, whoever is
cuando
online,
hagan su presentación,
when you
de verdad
have
no se
your
quiten el
presentation,
cubrebocas y si lo
please
tienen
remove
bien,
your face mask
como una
in case
consideración
you
a
have
nuestros
it on.
traductores, pues que
And
también hablen
as a
despacio porque
consideration for the
están traduciendo al
translator,
mismo tiempo,
please
así que
speak slowly because
no
they're
queremos
translating at the
presionarlos
same
y
time.
queremos que
I don't
hagan
want
bien
to
su trabajo.
pressure you, and
Así que
they
bueno,
we
sin
want
más
them to
preámbulo,
do their
les comento,
work okay.
les van a durar
So
10 minutos como
we're gonna
máximo
have
para su
10 minutes
presentación.
maximum
Cuando
for
les
your
falte un
presentation.
minuto, les voy a
When
decir o
when
a
you're
poner
1
un
minute
papelito
away, I'm
y
going
les
to let
pido
you
por
know
favor
or
que se
mark it
apeguen a
in a
ese
paper.
minuto de
So
cierre para
please
no
respect the 10
alargar el
minutes
tiempo
and
de la
respect the
clausura.
time of the
Bueno,
closing
vamos a
ceremony.
comenzar
So we're
con
going to
las
start with
profesoras Jenny Carmen
Professors
Cabrera,
Jenny
Luz
Carmen
Mercedes
Cabrera, Luz
Verdugo y
Mercedes
Marisela
Verdugo,
Rivera
and
Montoya.
Marisela
Adelante.
Rivera Montoya. Go ahead.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Solo para confirmar si se
Just
mira.
to confirm, do you hear me and can you see?
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, pues buenas tardes. Primeramente
Good
agradecer.
afternoon.
And Almadelia Aguirre, you have the floor.
¿Me escuchan? ¿No? ¿Sí me escuchan? Ah, ok.
I'm sorry, 31% were traveling alone with their mother. So when we started seeing the gender characteristic, we started seeing the role of women. So for 45% of these families who are in mobility, you have one woman who is traveling with them as part of the family. These family members, especially the women who were traveling to the place of origin, who is going to take care of the children, we ask for the grandma. So the grandmother was also a woman, and we can see another side of this graph where a female a female person is the one who is in charge of these members when the mother has to travel. Go ahead. So the place of the family, most of girls, boys, and adolescents who were traveling, the most, okay, the older one was in this case the woman. So it complements some of the risks that I was going to present, but I don't know if I'm going to have enough time. But this is uh, precisely about the care or the caregiver role that a woman has. So in this case, we have this 12-year-old, and the care always the role of the older sisters regularly. So what are we observing on this graph? We are seeing the conditions of the parents. So we have a mother who accounted for 52% who finished primary school. And then comparing to the parents, to the fathers, they have a better scholar, or they went to school for more years in comparison with the mothers, and they also have more professional experience. So they have a higher professional expectation that the regular expectation that we see on a female population. So the participation in handling the home. So some of them, the fathers were the ones who were in charge, but more than 75% of women in this group were the ones who were taking care of the house. So the results from the application of the scales and the interviews on a triangulation exercise, we can obtain these results talking about the aspect of resilience and also the risk. Environmental, social, that is related to the family and the parents. The other one is with the structure, including the institutions. So we can continue listing these situations, but we don't have enough time. But regularly we see children or girls who are okay having a social relationship, going to school, but they can't. So that's why we consider this as a risk factor. But also they show joy in whenever they have a social situation, and this joy contributes to the way of making friends. So this is the reflector factor. They are not afraid of being away from home. They show a strength in front of their parents. They show dependency to spirituality, and they trust themselves. They are self-confident. But we are, of course, talking about girls who are older than 12, but we're not talking about the adolescents because they have a different way of seeing life. So other factors that we consider as resilience is that they make themselves responsible of their decisions. They plan their actions. They also consider difficult situations are going to make them have a better life, and they always take their emotions into account. The context, they believe on community support. They know they are protected by their family, and they know how to take care of themselves whenever they are sick, and they know how to make friends. Go ahead. And they are able to communicate with other people. So the risks, they are related to that they don't believe people have whatever they want, but they have to conform to whatever they are given. One behind, please. Go back. And they are always are constantly worried about what happens to them.
they are afraid of going to school, although they like going to school, they stop going because they were afraid. They don't know where to look for support. Like whenever we see something as resilient, is because they were within a family and with other people. But in a way, they feel like the experiences they had is very insecure. They are afraid to be on the shelters and go to the institutions on their own because they have this situation mental situation, and it's because of what they have lived or their experiences and throughout their life, and they have the need of 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 being with of having communication with other people, especially the ones in the shelter, of communicate with people who are in the shelter, and with girls who have lived experiences like similar to them. Because regularly when these girls are in school, they don't want to share their experience because of safety reasons with adolescents of the community. So they are always asking and requesting a support system, especially with girls their own age, to be able to share their experiences. And finally, we have to visualize or to show that mothers also suffer from the situations related to violence and also the expectations of being integrated into the workforce. However, whenever they come here, they have to face discrimination and lack of support. We need support in this matter. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor. We give the floor to Luis Lacour Suarez.
Buenas tardes.
Hello.
¿Se escucha bien? ¿Se ve bien?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Muy buenas tardes.
Hello.
Un saludo grande desde el calor
Greetings to
de
all
Sudamérica,
from
desde
the
Santiago de Chile.
South American summer in
Eh,
Santiago de Chile.
Voy a intentar compartir, denme 30
Going
segundos
to
si puedo compartir la
share, if you
pantalla.
could
Sí,
give me
así
just 30 seconds so I can share my screen.
Ok, aquí está. Perdón,
Here it is.
perdón,
I'm
perdón,
sorry.
perdón, perdón.
My apologies.
Me estoy equivocando.
I think I got the wrong window. I think this is the one.
Ahí sí se ve bien, ¿sí?
Now, can you see
Ah,
it?
perfecto. Bueno, buenas
Excellent.
tardes.
Well, good afternoon.
El trabajo investigativo que se ha
The
realizado tiene que ver
research
con
work
infancia y
has
adolescencia
to
migrante en
do
una
with the
perspectiva en el ámbito educativo chileno. Son
children
opiniones de
and
los profesores
adolescents
jefes de la educación
perspectives from
pública.
the Chilean
A modo introductorio,
academic
el proceso migratorio,
field.
todos sabemos que actualmente tiene una
We
relevancia
know that
mundial y se
it right
remonta
now
desde
has
los
a
memoriales del
world
ser humano, como lo dice Harari, ¿cierto? Desde que el
importance,
hombre era nómada, ¿cierto? Que está migrando
and
constantemente.
this has been present
Este
because
estudio precisamente
man
se
has been
centra
nomads for centuries.
en las barreras o en algunas situaciones
It is
que
there are certain
encuentran los
barriers
estudiantes, digamos,
that are
niños, niñas y
present
adolescentes al ingresar a las escuelas en
that
Chile,
certain
sobre
students
todo en la
at a
capital, en
particular
la región
age, particularly
metropolitana y en
around
una comuna en
teenagers
particular
in
que es Estación
Chile,
Central.
have
Dentro de estas barreras
experienced
podemos mencionar primero el rezago
poverty.
escolar
First of
por el
all,
tema de la migración, pierden
is due
tiempo
to the migration,
del solo
they
hecho,
do
ejemplo, tener un
have
porcentaje alto de
a
chicos venezolanos o haitianos
lack
y que en
of
ese proceso migratorio inclusive pierden
academic
hasta años
lag.
porque pasan por
Sometimes
varios
they lose
países
years of
en
education
forma
because they're
terrestre y por lo
migrating
mismo produce
by
un
land.
rezago escolar.
So
Segundo, el
it
tema de la
is
barrera idiomática, sobre
the
todo con
second
nuestros
one
estudiantes
is the
haitianos,
language barriers,
y
particularly
situaciones de discriminación y de racismo que
with
precisamente
students, and then
Chile
discrimination that
ahora lo está
raises
viviendo fuertemente, pero antes,
issues
como
with
estábamos
Chile.
muy al sur,
We're
no nos
not,
había tocado vivir el
these issues
proceso,
are
digamos.
not that
El objetivo de la
complicated
investigación
right now in
era
Chile, but
identificar y
before it
analizar
used
la
to be
opinión que
worse.
tienen los profesores
Now,
jefes
the
de los
objective is
cursos
to
acerca de
identify
las
and analyze the
dificultades y las
opinions
habilidades que
that
presentan los
faculty
estudiantes migrantes
members
cuando
have,
llegan a los
of
establecimientos.
course, the difficulties that
Y la idea era poder
migrant
comparar la
students
realidad
have,
investigativa con la práctica diaria
comparing
de los
the
docentes en Chile,
reality in
sobre todo en el
the
ámbito pedagógico y
research
de convivencia
and the
escolar.
daily
¿Ya?
practice in the
La
actual
metodología de la
classroom.
investigación, primero
The
que
methodology
como es
that
un
we
fenómeno,
use is
la
because it's
investigación que se presenta de
an
corte cualitativa, se hizo
um,
una selección de una muestra
it's a
intencionada con 40
qualitative
profesores
phenomenon, so
de
we
dos centros
conducted
de
surveys
la
with
comuna Estación Central
40
de la
professors
región
in
metropolitana
the
en Chile. ¿Y
central
por qué esta
region of the
comuna?
metropolitan
Porque esta comuna
area.
es dentro de la región, es
Why
la
do we
única que
pick
tiene dos
this
terrapuertos o
region?
terminales de buses que vienen de todo el país.
Well, it's
Es
because
decir,
this particular
la gran
region
mayoría
has
de los
two
migrantes que entran de
main
forma
bus
ilegal o legal en
terminals.
Chile de forma terrestre entran por nuestro
That
norte,
is,
es decir,
it is a
Arica,
point
Iquique, y se trasladan a
that
nivel de
many
terrestre en
migrants have to
buses
go
hacia
through
la capital
to
u otras regiones.
transfer
La gran
buses
mayoría llega
and go
a la
to other
capital
regions. So most of
regional,
them
a la capital
arrive
nacional,
to the
y
regional
llega por medio de
capital,
estos dos terrapuertos que
and they have
solamente
to
existen
arrive. They have to
en esta
use
comuna.
these
Entonces, por
two
lo mismo,
particular bus
nuestra ola
terminals
migratoria
that
ha sido muy
only
fuerte.
exist
¿Sí?
in this region.
Bueno,
That is why this
una de las
particular
fuentes que se
region
utilizó
has had
fue un cuestionario
a quite
diseñado en
important
forma
migration
electrónica
flow.
con los docentes, ¿cierto?
The
Incluía el
surveys were
consentimiento informado a
conducted
los
electronically,
participantes y la cronología que se recogieron los
and
datos fue entre diciembre del año
we
2022 y
collected
enero
the
2023.
information between December
Eh,
2022 and January
la
2023.
naturaleza de los datos dice que el instrumento
The
incluyó
data
preguntas abiertas
teaches us that it was
acerca de las dificultades y
open-ended
potencialidades que
question
encontraban en los
regarding the
estudiantes al
difficulties that
interior
the
del aula y
professors
cómo
were
los docentes ocupaban
identifying on
estrategias,
students
una para
and
subsanar
what
esas
strategies were the
dificultades y
professors
otras
or the
estrategias para
teachers in this
potenciar
case
las
were
habilidades que los
applying,
estudiantes
what
tenían
strategies were
al interior
actually being
del aula. Los
implemented
resultados
to
a nivel de
improve their
dificultades,
results.
primero, baja asistencia y puntualidad. Tenemos un porcentaje importante de estudiantes
First of
que
all, we have a great
acompañan a
percentage
sus
of
padres al
students that
trabajo, sobre todo lo
go
que
along with
es
their
la escuela
parents
media,
to
porque
work,
aquí las dos escuelas
particularly middle
que
school,
se
because we
trabajaron
have two
fueron una
types of
escuela
school that were
de
included in this
primaria,
study.
secundaria
Elementary
y a nivel
school,
medio,
middle
perdón,
school,
primaria y secundaria. Pero la escuela primaria tiene infancia,
but
o sea, de 4 o 5 años,
that
para
is,
nuestro
the elementary
pre-kinder y
school is
kinder.
fifth
La
in
escuela primaria es de los
children
6
with
hasta los 13 años, de
kindergarten
primero a
and
octavo
then
básico, y la
primary
escuela
education,
secundaria
and then
es
what
de los
is known as
14 hasta
middle
los
school.
18
It's
años.
from
Y
14
precisamente
to
la baja
18 years
asistencia y
old,
puntualidad
which
se
in other
produce
places
en
is
los
known as
estudiantes
high school.
más grandes, de más edad,
In
porque
Chile,
acompañan a sus
secundaria is
padres
more
al
high
trabajo.
school.
A su vez,
So at the
una de
same
las
time,
dificultades
one of
importantes
the
son las diferencias
challenges that we
culturales
had is the
que
cultural
hace que tengan
differences
roce,
that
no de violencia física,
actually
pero sí
have
mucha violencia
not
verbal
some sort
entre
of
ellos, ¿sí?
physical
Como que
violence,
quieren
but
posicionarse
more
dentro de
like
las escuelas como
uh,
grupos. Por dar un
oral or
ejemplo, yo soy del
spoken
grupo de los
violence.
venezolanos, yo
For
soy del grupo de los
example, one would
colombianos, yo soy del
say,
grupo de los
I'm
haitianos, en
from the
fin.
Venezuelans,
Entonces
I'm
hace
from
que tengan
Haitians.
mucho roce entre
So
ellos.
there's
Y
a
por
little bit
supuesto, en el caso de los
of
estudiantes haitianos,
challenges between the
el tema de la
friction
barrera
between the
idiomática,
groups,
porque llegan muchos
and of course the language barrier,
con creolés y
because many
no
people
hablando
come
español,
in
¿sí?
and not all of
Bueno,
them
la
speak
estrategia que los
Spanish.
docentes
So the
utilizaron en el
strategies
aula,
that
precisamente,
was implemented at the
fueron los refuerzos de los
school
valores para poder trabajar
were
el
the
tema de la
reinforcement
convivencia
of
interior,
values
los
to
diálogos
work
multiculturales permanentes en todas las
on
clases, ¿cierto? Y la
the
codocencia, es decir,
ways to
trabajar
relate
con
to one another,
educadores diferenciales, con trabajadores
working with
sociales
different
dentro de las escuelas
educators,
que pertenecen
social
a los
workers,
equipos de convivencia, a los psicólogos,
with the
a los equipos de
psychologists,
orientación para poder
the
trabajar estas temáticas.
cohabitation groups
A
to
nivel de las
work on this.
potencialidades que te dan nuestros estudiantes, primero que tienen
And
todos
talking
dijeron que el
about
aporte
the
cultural y la
positive
diversidad que ellos
aspects
traen era muy enriquecedora, sobre todo,
is the
¿cierto?,
diversity,
en
cultural
la escuela media,
diversity that they
donde
have,
una
particularly in
escuela
the
técnico profesional, entonces donde una
high
de las
school,
carreras es gastronomía,
because
entonces ellos
one of
estaban
the
aportando desde
careers was
la gastronomía propia de su país,
gastronomy.
¿cierto?, estaban aportando a esta
So
diversidad gastronómica
the migrants
con los
were
demás compañeros, ¿no?
actually
Los
bringing
valores como la
information
empatía y
from
el
the
respeto en
gastronomy of
general,
other
sobre todo los
countries.
estudiantes venezolanos, se
Values
nota la
such as
diferencia que tienen
empathy and respect
comparativamente con los demás, y el enriquecimiento lingüístico,
notices
¿sí? Con
more in
estas
the
palabras nuevas,
Venezuelans compared to other groups,
esta
and
manera de
also
expresarse hace que
the
nosotros los chilenos también tengamos
enrichment
que
of
tener la
language,
apertura de poder, ¿cierto?, aprender y a su vez también comunicarnos
because
con
we
ellos.
can learn
Y las estrategias que se
ways how to
utilizaron para
communicate with these
potenciar
people.
estas habilidades, primero la amplitud de
Um,
los contenidos tratados,
with the
porque ya no
utilized
nos quedamos cortos
strategies,
con el
first of
currículum
all,
nacional, sino
is
necesitamos incorporar otros currículos,
we needed
el
to
desarrollo de
work on the
valores y diálogos
curriculum,
multiculturales
then the
y
development
ocupar un
of
lenguaje neutro
multicultural
al interior del
dialogue
aula,
and
no ocupar
values.
modismos chilenos para
They
que todos puedan
used
comprender.
a neutral language, that is,
A nivel
without
de discusión,
Chilean nuances,
la
without
investigación
using the
arrojó que
Chilean
primero que es
dialects, and
necesario
trying to
que haya
find
una
the middle
articulación entre los
ground in the
diferentes actores de la
Spanish
comunidad. ¿Sí?
that was used in the
Actualmente están
classroom.
trabajando como demasiado
Now,
aislados, cada
currently, they're
uno una isla,
working with
y está haciendo lo
each
que
one of them in
crea que es
their
pertinente.
own region,
A su vez, que
and they're
existan
working
instrumentos
independently.
institucionales que
Also,
hagan
it
que
is
las
important to
prácticas sean
have
inclusivas y diversas, pero
institutional
que sean
instruments
institucionalizadas, es decir, que estén
to
todos de acuerdo, que todos las
promote
practiquen. y a
equality
su
in the
vez un
classroom.
acuerdo
At
institucional
the same
macro
time,
con
to
los
have
actores de los centros que permitan
on
el
a macro
reconocimiento y la
level,
representación, como dice
an
Blatter y
agreement among
Fraser, ¿cierto?
institutions
Que no solo de
that
las familias migrantes, sino que todos los actores y los estamentos,
involves
sobre
not
todo las
only the
minorías,
migrant families,
¿ya?
but also
Las
the
minorías como el
rest
grupo
of the
LGTB,
population
la como,
of
como,
the
como entonces, lo que pasa es que las familias migrantes inicialmente eran minoría y ahora son un porcentaje muy amplio dentro de la comunidad, ¿ya? Entonces, la idea es poder conformar un proyecto común institucional con el fin de desarrollar aprendizaje para todos y todas, y por supuesto que sean aprendizajes de calidad para nuestros estudiantes, porque no solamente nos estamos quedando con el acceso, es decir, Chile legisló y hay normativa para el acceso de los migrantes, estén legales o ilegales, ¿ya? Pero otra cosa es muy distinta en lo que estamos haciendo en el aula y cómo nosotros nos preocupamos y efectivamente propendemos a que los aprendizajes de nuestros estudiantes lleguen a todos, o sea, no solamente para uno,
the
sino que para
learning
todos, para
process
los
to
que tienen
reach
rezago
each and every
escolar,
one of them.
para los que tienen barreras
Not just
idiomáticas.
migrants, but all
Entonces,
of them, those who have
la clave
language
está en un
barriers
acuerdo
and
institucional, es
issues.
decir, nos
So
ponemos
at the
con el
institutional
proyecto
level,
educativo institucional, son las
we
reglas
have
del
the
juego para
education
todos. Entonces,
project,
todos los
we have the
profesores,
rules
todos
set
los
up for
que
everybody.
trabajan
All the
dentro de la
teachers and
comunidad,
everyone
¿cierto?
that are
Saben
working with the community, they
perfectamente que hay
do
condiciones mínimas y
perfectly
básicas de
know and are
representación y
aware
de reconocimiento que tienen que
that
trabajar todos
we
los días
do have a
para poder
challenge
fomentar,
when it comes to
¿cierto? Este
representation to
aprendizaje
foster
de equidad y de
this
calidad
equity
para todos.
learning style for all.
Eh, Agradecido,
And
muchas gracias
thank you
por el espacio
for the
y
opportunity to present my
que
work
pueda visibilizar a nuestras
and
hermosas
hopefully you
comunidades
can
y de
highlight our
nuestra hermosa
beautiful
comuna aquí en Chile.
communities
Muchas
and
gracias.
our beautiful country, which is Chile. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor Luis. Well, now we have um, the floor. We're gonna have the floor to Luis Alvarez. Luis Alvarez, go ahead.
¿Me confirman que me oyen, por favor?
Can you hear me? Sí, can you hear me? Perfect.
Muchísimas gracias, doctora.
Thank you very much,
Quiero
Doctor. Today,
acerca del tema de
I
juntas
want to
todas,
talk to
mujeres
you about this
transnacionalidad
subject,
y el rol liberador de las
all,
comadres.
all girls together.
Los que están en línea, si pueden apagar su micrófono.
If you're online, can you turn off your microphone?
Gracias.
Thank you.
Quiero comenzar a
So I'd
decirles
like
que
to
hago esta
start to
presentación
tell
con
you
mucho
that
respeto. Para
I'm
mí es un
doing
honor
this
dar esta
presentation with a
presentación,
lot of
porque esas
respect.
historias
It
no
is
son
an
mías,
honor for
esas
me
historias
to
son de
give you
las
this presentation
participantes
because this is not my
trans
story and
de
these are
género no
not my
conforme
stories.
en el
This is
sur.
of the
Entonces, para
participants
mí como un hombre
trans
gay, cisgénero, es
and
un
the
honor
South.
hablar de sus historias.
So,
Realmente soy un narrador de sus historias.
so talking about
Próxima diapositiva, por
their
favor.
stories, it's a
Un poco de
way of
trasfondo
them
de lo que les
trusting
voy a
me.
hablar hoy
So
es
a
de que
little
hay muchas
context
necesidades
of
en
what I'm
nuestras
going to
comunidades
talk to
trans
you.
y de género no conforme en los Estados
I,
Unidos, así como en muchos
let's say,
países de
the
Latinoamérica.
interpreter is having difficulty
En-
understanding because of
podemos
audio
ver mucha
issues.
violencia. ¿Sí me escuchan bien? Tengo mucho eco.
Due to issues with the audio, we have difficulties. As soon as the difficulties are resolved, we can continue with the interpretation.
En línea, si
Apparently,
pueden
someone in this Zoom and has their microphone open.
A ver, ¿mejor? Ah, perfecto,
Perfect.
perfecto. Bueno, ¿sí me pudieron escuchar lo que le dije anteriormente?
Were you able to hear what I said
Más o
before?
menos.
Kind of.
Bueno, les comentaba que para mí es
Well,
un
I
honor
was telling you
hacer
that it was
esta
an honor for me
presentación como
to
un
give
hombre
this presentation
cisgénero
as
gay,
a
latino nacido en
cisgender
los Estados Unidos.
gay
Estas no
man,
son mis
Latino,
experiencias,
who is from the
no es
United
mi
States.
trabajo, este es el
And
trabajo de
these are not my
participantes de este
experiences.
estudio
This is not
que
my
van a
work.
dar
This is
acceso a
the
esta
experience
presentación.
of the
Les
subjects
comento
in
un
this
poco
study.
acerca
And I'm going to give you my
el trasfondo
presentation.
de
Let me
por qué
tell
hago
you a
estas
little bit
cosas. Y es
about
que
my
como bien
context
saben,
of why I'm
las personas
performing this
trans o
study.
transgénero y de
As
género no
we know,
conforme
people
experimentan muchísima
trans
violencia en
or
Estados
the
Unidos y en
people who are
América
not
Latina.
conforming
Esto ocurre
they are experiences a lot of experiencing a lot of violence in Latin America and also in the United States. It is pre, peri, and post migration. It leads to poverty, unemployment, access to shelter, and also physical and mental problems. But we are not always able to just focus on their needs, but always also on their strengths. They are very united to these movements of advocacy and different levels, not only local but international. They are working along with other members of their communities and also other oppressed communities, and they provide direct services. It's not only the social workers, the ones who are providing services for the community, but they themselves are providing services for their community. So, as social worker, clinical social worker, you provide in the United States mental health and counseling services. Sometimes I had Latin trans women who were migrants working with me, but I discovered that it wasn't me, the social worker, who was helping them to overcome their situations and feel better, but the community service and the service that other trans women from the community who were helping them. So I wanted to highlight these stories because these stories, we don't see a lot of these stories on the textbooks or on our education. So we have to explore the meaning that trans Latinas create out of their own experiences while they generate changes for their communities in the south of the United States. Why am I talking about the south of the United States? Because we have many anti-migration and also misogynistic policies. So they are working in an oppressive system. So we are going to do this as exploratory, qualitative, and so I had these questions were made in Spanish, and I had 10 questions in Spanish, and this is the Feminist Chicano Manifest in 1977. And I have these 10 questions that I was asking these people in 1977. She was asking this Chicano woman these questions: who are you, who is your community, and what are you doing for your community? So these three are the main questions of the interview to the participants. So I was talking to 6 people, and as you can see on this slide, they vary a lot on their age, their country of origin. Most of them were from Mexico, one of them was from Honduras. What's interesting for me is that if you can see the ages and the time they have been active in generating changes in their community is very close. As soon as they arrived to the United States, they started working on generating changes to other people. So to summarize what I found out on these studies, because I want to focus on a specific case, I can tell you that they told me that they start this work because their trans community has a lot of needs. Those are direct quotes from the participants, and that makes them social fighters, but they cannot be social fighters if they are not all working together. They want is to generate a change only if they have a collective unity. This is very different when we think about political leaders. It's only one person, right? No, they say all girls together is when you generate the change. This is a cyclic process. So now I have to talk to you more about these roles, maternal roles or comadres that they were telling me about. And I'm going to talk to you about 3 of the participants. We found that the relations between the participants and the members of their communities regularly satisfied the lack of family and social support on the LGBTQ and more migrants population. So the support to the participant, they provide to the participants makes them be known as the madres or the mothers of by the members of their communities. Some of them accepted this term of madre or mother, but I'm going to talk to you about this in a little longer. And some of them, they saw that they had their role, the maternal role or the caregivers as members of their community, and some of them said that they felt one of the girls. They weren't the caregivers, not the mothers. I wanted to tell you about this. This is from Honduras, and she is Ale, and she says that she's in her 20s. She remembers this young gay Latino migrant, and she met him in her arrival to the United States. And this guy said, practically, Ale is like a second mother to me. That love, that affection, that attention that I feel, that at that moment I was missing my mother. And to be honest, I could say that from heaven my mother has supported me. But here in this land is Ale the one who's supporting me. So Ale is reflecting on this, and she says, this is a joy for me because on this trajectory of or this process of transition, I practically was like a healing way of seeing this. Like I was helping him heal, and I was his support, a maternal support for him. So that is what how Ale was sharing this situation. This support system is collective. Next slide, please. So this is Lucy. Lucy told me that she's from Mexico. If one of yes, one of them calls me the trans mom, and she laughs. And this is super funny, and that is the funniest thing they have ever told me. No, 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 I don't consider myself a trans mom or the mom of the trans. So how do you define this if you're not the mom of the trans? Well, I believe this is like, I mean, I feel like I'm a part of them. I just feel another one of the girls of the trans group here in North Carolina. I'm just one more. I'm just one more. I don't feel like the mom. So this is another opinion from Lucy. And next slide, please. And here I say that I'm using the exact language that Paloma has given to me. And Paloma says, don't call me a mother. And I say, why? Why not? No, I'm telling them I'm their friends. Don't see me that way. And they all laugh. They all laugh when I get mad at them and I say, what if I want to fuck a guy that, that you know? And she laughs. So I started to think about different terms like Marianism and womanism. You know that Marianism is this lady who is here to take care of other people. However, Comas Diaz, Chicano feminist, tells me that the role of a comadre has a therapeutic way of seeing things because it is therapeutic, because it generates healing and it gives them the space of support. And they say that it helps for the cultural gender identity. And with this, I want to finish, I want to leave this with you because this conference not only is looking at the ruptures that happen during migration, but also to the reconstruction that we can be generating and supporting during the migration process. So I'm not asking you, I'm actually inviting you to construct from the feminist liberation of what these women throughout time had been generating from their migrant communities. So let me leave this interview with you. So are we actually looking an explicit or implicit way that women are going to be perfect and subjugated? How do we react before our facing their attempts of freedom or liberation and cooperation? Are we reinforcing a paternalist attitude towards people who are migrants versus comadres during their freedom, empowerment, and transformation? How do we support them creating new family spaces that can transcend gender, class, and geolocality? How can we support the liberation of the trans people and and not conforming people? And this is important not only for you, but also the people who are going to the United States.
Muchas gracias a todos los ponentes. Les agradezco que se hayan ajustado al tiempo. Sé que es difícil
So
hablar
thank you
de
all. I know
sus
that it's quite
investigaciones en
hard
poco tiempo, pero bueno, han
to
hecho un esfuerzo
follow up
enorme. Les
because of the limited
agradezco a
time,
quienes
but
también de manera
thank you all.
presencial
Thank you
nos acompañaron
for
de
helping us with
manera
that.
virtual también,
Those who
a
are
los
present here in
asistentes,
the room
a
and
la
those who
general,
are
gracias
following
por
us
estar aquí hasta la
on
tarde.
Zoom. And
Y
thank you
bueno,
all for the
lamentablemente
audience.
tenemos poco para
Unfortunately,
más
we do
comentarios y
not have
preguntas
for additional
porque ya
comments or
estamos
questions
con el
because
tiempo de
we're
la ceremonia de
just in
clausura.
time
Pero bueno,
to
nuevamente les
um,
agradezco a todos y muchas gracias
declare
por estar aquí.
the conclusion of this conference. But thank you all for being here.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you very much,
doctora Sagrario Garay Villegas, por
Dr.
esta
Sagrario Garay
moderación.
Villegas, for that for
Muchísimas
moderating
gracias.
this room. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues lo acordado es llegar a la
Well,
clausura.
we will
Y
now
por favor pido la
conclude the
presencia en el
conference, and I
de
ask
la maestra Carmen
Professor Carmen
Casarratia,
Casarratia
por favor,
to
y
step up here.
adelante el aplauso.
Yes, please, by all means.
También del
And
doctor
also
Luis
Dr.
Torres,
Luis Torres
de la Universidad
from
de Río
the
Valley, Texas.
University of Texas, Rio Grande
En un
Valley.
momento
In a
llegará la
moment,
doctora. Ya
oh,
está aquí.
she's right here.
Doctora
I thought she was
Cristina.
out. Dr. Christine Walsh, have a seat. Please, big hand for all of them.
También a la doctora Jasso, representando a la red de
Dr.
manera
Hasso,
presencial.
representing the network online. Welcome.
Pues ya llegamos a la clausura de estos trabajos.
Um,
Más cordial bienvenida
we are
a
about
esta
to
clausura de la séptima conferencia regional
declare
de trabajo
the
social y migración en
conclusion of
México,
the
los
seventh
Estados Unidos,
Regional
Canadá
Conference of
y
Social Work and
Centroamérica,
Migration in
el
Mexico,
tema
United States,
éxodos y
Canada, and
trayectorias
Central
migrantes
America.
entre la ruptura y la reconstrucción. Quiero nombrar, si me permiten,
Exodus and
maestra
migrant
Carmen,
journeys
de
between
nuevo
rupture and
presento
reconstruction.
la maestra Carmen Casarratia,
Please,
directora de la Escuela Nacional de Trabajo Social,
Carmen
y
Casarratia, I'm going
presidenta
to
de
ask
la red Renier.
the president of Renier
También
Network.
tenemos
Welcome.
de manera virtual, no
We
sé
have
si
online, I don't
esté
know
conectada,
if
la
she's currently
maestra Laura
present,
González
Professor Laura
García,
González Garcia,
directora de la Facultad
the
de Trabajo
director of
Social
the School of
de la
Social Work
Universidad
of the
Autónoma de Nuevo León y
University
secretaria
of
general
Nuevo
de
León
la
and the
Renier.
current secretary of the Renier.
Bienvenida,
Welcome,
bienvenida, maestra.
welcome.
También el
We
doctor Martín
also
Castro
have Dr.
Guzmán,
Martin
coordinador
Castro
ejecutivo de la
Guzman, the
Renier, no
executive
sé si esté
coordinator of the
conectado.
Renier. I don't know if he's online
En un momento más.
in just in a bit.
También
And
no veo a la
I
doctora
don't
Olga,
see
si
Dr.
está.
Olga. Is she
Por favor,
present?
doctora
Please,
Olga,
Dr.
si
Olga,
puede
if
estar en
you
el
could
presidium también, por favor.
please participate.
Aplausos,
A big
aplausos.
hand for Professor Olga.
Muy bien. Nada más voy a nombrar el resto
I'm just going to mention the
comité de
names of
trabajo
the
que estuvo en los trabajos
um,
iniciales de esta
organizing
conferencia,
committee that were
como la
present.
doctora Sagrario
Dr.
Garay
Sagrario
Villegas,
Garay Villegas, who
recientemente
was
como
recently
moderadora,
with us as a
estuvo también
moderator.
en el comité.
She was also
La
part of the committee.
maestra Virginia Jasso, que
Professor
también está
Virginia
aquí.
Hasso, then she's also
También
present.
el maestro Fermín Cáceres,
And
que no
Fermin
está
Cáceres, that
con nosotros ahorita, pero
is
estuvo
not right
en muchos
here
de
at the
los
moment,
trabajos
but
y también como
was
comentarista en
also
la conferencia del 8 de febrero.
he
También
was
estuvo con
present.
nosotros la doctora Marisela
Also,
Rivera
Dr.
Montoya,
Marisela Rivera
profesora
Montoya,
investigadora de la Universidad
researcher
Autónoma de
from
Sinaloa en
the
Culiacán.
University of Sinaloa in Culiacan,
También parte del comité está
and
la
also
doctora
part of the
Beatriz
committee
Delia Cota
is
Elizalde, profesora
Delia
investigadora de la Facultad de
Coterizalde,
Trabajo
researcher
Social
from the
de
School of Social
Culiacán,
Work
que
of
nos acompañó de
Culiacan.
manera presencial.
There was here,
Un aplauso, un
she
aplauso.
was here present. A big hand for her.
Y de manera siempre cercana y
And
virtual,
also
estuvo con nosotros la
near and
maestra
far,
Rosario
Maestra Rosario Lagon Martinez, a professor and academic coordinator of the program, a master's degree program of the Autonomous University of Honduras, Professor Ulda Rosier Borja Garcia, the chief of the School of Social Work at the University of Honduras, who was present. Also, Professor Sandra Ventura, the academic secretary from the University Andrés Bello in El Salvador, and also part of the committee, Professor Dr. Luis Torres, Dr. Susi Villegas, the director of International Social Work. I'm sure she's right here present. Dr. Susi Villegas, and also virtually Maria Vidal was present from the School of Social Work at the University in Chicago and part of the committee. Also from IMSS, Pedro Isnardo de la Cruz. It's right here, doctor. Big hand for Dr. Pedro Isnardo. We also have, as part of the committee, Professor Nice Garcia Zúñiga as academic secretary of the UNAM, from the National School of Social Work. And also we have the presence, part of the leadership, Professor Efraín Reyes, Secretary General of the National School of Social Work. Also Professor Norma Morales from the Professional Studies Division. Big hand for her. Mr. David Martinez, Head of Legal Affairs of the School of Social Work at UNAM, and also the coordinator, Reina Ramos. Well, I give the floor to Dr. Pedro Isnardo.
Un momento especial con
This is a special moment.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you all.
Bueno, como ustedes saben, este momento
As you know,
es muy esperado.
this is a moment that all of us have been waiting for.
Quisiera,
And to start, I would like to confirm is Dr. Ellen Perón, is she present? No, we don't have any confirmation. Is she present? Well, as we confirm if Dr. Ellen Perón, if see if she's present or not, because she requested to be present online. I would like to give the floor to the founding dean of social work of the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, Dr. Luis Torres Hostos.
Buenos días, gracias, doctor Pedro Isnardo.
Thank you, Dr. Pedro. The only thing that I have to do is to thank the director, Carmen Casas, and their excellent team for a wonderful conference and a wonderful stay for myself and for the delegation that we come from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. I think all of you are present. You have resisted the temptation to storm the UNAM store. If you can stand up so we can recognize and acknowledge your presence. Thank you. And there are many strategic reasons why we came in a caravan from Texas. One of them because we were going to sign an agreement with UNAM, which is something wonderful, so we can build the foundation of a collaborative work. But other rather important issues that we are going to be the next hosts hosts for the next, the 8th conference. So I wanted to have an inside look and start planning as we arrive this Sunday night, and we'll begin planning Monday morning. So I would like to thank our great team from UTRGV that I know that it's quite hard to take a couple of days off, and not to mention a full day. And of course our interpretation team, Dorian and Viridiana, they've done a extraordinary work. And Director Casas, I think they have ruined us because now we're going to have interpretation in the rest of the conferences. So you've ruined us. So, and the previous moderator said it's quite hard to reduce such hard work to just a simple 10-minute presentation, but the purpose is to begin foster conversation. So I know that we will keep in touch via email, WhatsApp. We have to learn on the spot how to learn how to use WhatsApp because it's being used a lot, and hopefully we can continue with our conversations, giving feedback uh, between, and also to establish collaborations in the research field and also in the community approach, and of course with the training of our future professionals of social work. Thank you for having us here, and we will see you soon because we're going to keep up with the same format that Director Vicky started in Coahuila, the fifth binational. Unfortunately, we couldn't go to Saltillo because of the pandemic, but that's where we started the pandemic 2 sessions of half a day, a virtual session. So now UNAM brought us here in person. I think this format works and it gives a lot of opportunity to people that for one reason or another, they aren't able to travel because of financial situation or visas. In English, we say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think we were able to find a model that actually works, and we're going to continue with that model. So thank you all.
Muchas gracias, doctor
Thank you,
Luis
Dr.
Torres,
Luis
por la
Torres, for your message
evaluación
and for your
de los
invitation
trabajos de la RENIETS en la próxima conferencia
in the
regional,
next regional
ahora en
conference
sede
now
de
in
2023
2023
en la Universidad Rio Grande
at the
Texas.
University of
Muchas
Texas, Rio
gracias.
Grande Valley. Thank you very much.
Quisiera que nos
I
permita
would
dar la
like
palabra
to
a
now
la
give the floor
profesora
to
investigadora
Professor
y Dean
and
asociada
researcher
de
and
Facultad de
associate
Trabajo Social de
dean
la
of
Universidad de
School
Calgary,
of Social
la
Work, the
doctora
University of
Christian
Calgary,
Walsh.
Dr. Christian Walsh.
Gracias. And again, my
Y de
apologies
nuevo,
for
mis
not
disculpas
speaking
por
to
no
you
hablar
in
en
Spanish, but
español,
I'm learning a
pero
poquito.
estoy aprendiendo un poco.
First, I want
Primero que
to
todo,
thank
deseo
Dr. Carmen
agradecerle
Casas
a la
Renta
doctora Carmen
for
Casas
inviting
por haberme
me on
invitado
behalf of the
a
Faculty of
nombre de
Social at the
la
University of
Facultad
Calgary.
de
And
Trabajo
bring
Social de Calgary
thanks and
y
greetings from
por
my
supuesto les
dean,
transmito mis
Dr. Helen
agradecimientos de la
Perot, who
decana
wasn't able to be here
Helen
today.
Perol, quien no pudo
This
estar
was
con
a
nosotros
very
hoy.
important conference
Esta
for
fue una
us.
conferencia muy importante para
Yeah,
nosotros
because
porque
it's the first time
es la primera
Canada's been
vez, creo,
represented.
que Canadá ha tenido
And
participación
it
en
won't be the
estas
last
y
time.
seguramente no será
We've
la última
got
ocasión en
a
la que
lot more
estemos
to
porque
hear, and we'll
nos
continue
sentimos
to
muy
learn
bienvenidos y
more with
continuaremos
you.
aprendiendo y creciendo con ustedes.
I think the
Me
challenges that
parece que
we
los retos
face in
que
terms
nosotros
of
nos enfrentamos en lo que
global
respecta
migration is
a
one that
migración global
Canada, the United
es aquella
States,
que Canadá,
Mexico,
Estados Unidos,
Central
México,
America, and South America
Centroamérica
share.
y Sudamérica
In fact,
comparten.
in this case,
Y de hecho, en este
worldwide.
caso, todos son
What we can
Sudamérica.
learn from each other are the ways that we can help develop solutions for this really very challenging um, problem in the Americas. Um, the other thing that we were fortunate to do is also sign an agreement with UNAM. And we've been fortunate to be able to work with UNAM over the past few years. And by developing a formal MOU, we will be able to strengthen and deepen our ties. And I can already think of lots of ways that we can learn together, research together, and develop further in terms of our professional research practice, our social work practice, and in particularly in this area of challenges with migration. I too have enjoyed this format. It's interesting to be able to see people coming in from many different countries and with similar shared experiences, but of course, many differences. And I want to also thank the translation team because I think I've used most of the resources. I think sometimes they were just translating for me. So I appreciate your university for providing that and just the graciousness and the welcome that we felt and look forward to more opportunities.
Ah, muchas gracias. Thank you, Dr. Christine Wald, for the representation of the School of Social Work of the University of Calgary and for your research that you're currently developing in the National School of Social Work with the approval of our director and the council of our school. We have a conference this afternoon. It will be dictated by a researcher from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, and we will have comments from Dr. Christian Walsh. Thank you, Dr. Walsh. Well, I would like also to, if you may, to give the floor to Professor Virginia Hassel, a researcher and professor of the Autonomous University of Coahuila. She pretty much does everything here, so she cannot say no. And on the contrary, thank you for this opportunity. I think that I don't have anything else to say thanks to the possibility to be able to share time with you. Thank you, Dr. Casas, and thanks all for the support that you have provided. This topic, obviously, my dear friend here next to me, Dr. Torres and Christine, thank you. Professor Olga also, she's very attentive to we when it comes to any initiative to work in red. And of course, the migration network that we have as one of the products of the work that we began 7 years ago in Sonora with Professor Cano, that yesterday we had the opportunity to see her, well, at least I had the opportunity to see her in person. And this, of course, gives us the highlights the importance of academia because before the caravans, migration was pretty much invisible. So now we have these spaces where many researchers share spaces in their work, and we have to thank them all because of their work that they shared. They shared a little bit, just a tiny piece of what it is currently happening, and we know what is going on, the situation with migration. So thank you all. And of course, thanks for this opportunity that we have to do something about it from social work aspect to work with the mobility topic, and hopefully it will be the beginning or the follow-up of so much that we have ahead. So thank you all for being here. Thank you. And thanks to Life for giving us the opportunity to share our space and share our time. And after a terrible health emergency situation, well, we are now together in the same room, um, sharing an important space, not only for us, but when it comes to the mobility aspect. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Virginia Hassel. And one of our partners in our trips, a pivotal ally, I would say that each and every one of the events that she's tireless always from the presidency of the AMES, Dr. Olga Garcia, we ask if you could give a few words. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you all. I greet each and every one of you. Thank you, Dr. Pedro Isnardo. Um, See, this type of events Dr. Luis Torres had mentioned, it's not so much that we come here and present our work. I mean, I think it's more to the exchanging, to establishing relationships between the relationships that we have between professors and students. That is what actually gives enlightens this conference. When we share our work, then we begin to look our different lines of tracks of research. Like I retired 2 years ago, and I retired because the we have to leave space for new generations. So I acknowledge and recognize the national network of high higher education institution of social work. Professor Casas, the director, we are all witnesses of all the details that are being taken care of in an event when I'm an guest to the National School of Social Work. Are always taking care of us. We are always, being pampered by them. And of course, we have another event, and all of you are invited for May 4th, 5th, and 6th. We have our annual Congress of the Mexican National Association of School of Social Work. And the venue will be precisely this same school at UNAM. So we're going to work in this space and other spaces as well, because this is an event where we have many schools, and this event is carried out internationally. This Congress is called Reconfiguration of Social Work from the Inequalities and the New Complex Contexts. There are several topics. People are already sending their publications, and I think that is going to be an event just as the rest of the events, not only successful, but that the type of production that we have, of a production of documents that we have at the end of the conference. I think that migration is a delicate topic. It's one of the topics, delicate topics that touched upon social work and social studies in general. When we are tied with this type of sensible topics, I now, as a retiree, I have had a contact with a broad social movement in Sinaloa that is working precisely with this type of topics, but above all with the displaced people from the mountains, those that are displaced from different communities because of violence, because of the constructions of lakes or dams. So people are left without homes. And imagine a person, for example, that 80-year-old person, then his house is banished because a dam is built where he lives. You imagine that, seeing the sadness, seeing the elderly people suffering. And then we have another issue because of the broad social movement in Sinaloa. They're building a house in Mazatlán, in El Puerto, in El Rosario, in Escuinapa, and the big or large municipalities where they're being built. That's a small detail of a forced displacement of a community. 1 hour, 2 hours away, but they lose everything. Now you can imagine, with all the information that we received in the seven conference. Now imagine being displaced not only 1 or 2 hours on a drive, but imagine leaving the country or leaving your family. Those who think on the American dream, but they find out the hard way that they don't find the American dream. We saw at the presentation that the family receive, sometimes they receive their relative uh, um, uh, not alive, but a corpse. So I think that this conference is, as Pedro Isnardo mentioned, that this also the writing has to be put into practice, but only not only students, but hopefully students can help us and give us a hand. I realize that we need to publish a lot more, but we need to systemize all the world of experiences that we have gathered in social work. And now we're doing it in a way where we can share with other professionals that can also approach the social work topics. I think the social studies with the interdisciplinary aspect, I think it's a work that we need to promote also from within social work. Well, without further ado, all of you, you're invited to the National Congress of the National Association of Schools of Social Work in Mexico. Doctor, you can come back anytime with another caravan. So invite more people so they can join us in the event. And we have a very good program because students have asked for it. We're going to work again from 9 to 3 and the 3 uh, until night, cultural events, and for those who are not from Mexico City, some tours for them. So the only thing I have left to do is to thank the participation to all of you because I'm very enthusiastic by looking at the work that the professors are doing and by fostering students. We professors, at the end of the day, we fade away, but we need to plant that seed into students to nurture them, to make sure to tell them this is a topic that I'm interested in, social work, and leave behind that interest in them. So thank you all. Good afternoon.
Gracias, doctora Olga García.
Doc, thank you, Dr. Aurora Garcia. And
La buena
also would like
representación
to thank
que ha dado
the
en el seno del
representation
Comité Organizacional de la
of the
Conferencia Regional,
committee
con la presencia con nosotros
by
del doctor Sagrario,
organizing this
y
event,
vamos a
Dr.
dar a la palabra
Sagrario,
a
and
todos,
we're
si
going to,
procede,
if
y además
she will allow us to
en
do
nombre de la
so,
Facultad
Dr.
de
Sagrario
Social
is the
de la Universidad
director
Autónoma de Nuevo León,
of
el
School of Social
secretario
Work at the
general
Autonomous University of Nuevo
de
León
la Red Nacional
and the Secretary General of the
de
National
Trabajo
Network
Social.
of
Adelante, maestra Laura
Schools
González
of
García.
Social Work. Dr. Gonzalez Garcia.
Gracias, maestro Pedro
Thank you,
Isnardo.
Dr.
Gracias,
Pedro
profesor
Isnardo.
Carmen.
Thank you,
Es
Professor
un gusto
Carmen. It is a
saludarlos.
great pleasure
Nos da
to
gusto
greet
saludar a
you
nuestros
and
compañeros,
also the
colegas,
rest of our
José
colleagues,
Luis, Vicky, Olguita. Es un
Vicky,
gusto
Olguita,
verlos
Luis. Nice to
en
see
línea.
you, although online and from
Yo estoy
afar.
muy
I'm very
orgullosa
proud, really, really
de
proud
que nuestra profesión,
that
a
our
través
profession,
de todos los compañeros, colegas que
through
han
all our
intervenido en
colleagues
esta
that have participated in
organización de
the
este gran evento,
organization of this great
estemos muy
event,
preocupados
that
por
we
este
are
tema tan importante para
preoccupied
nuestra
by this
comunidad.
important topic,
Sé que estamos
and that I know that
realmente
we are really
generando cambios en las
making
investigaciones, en las
changes,
planificaciones que
carrying out
llevamos
in
a este respecto.
research and
Damos gracias a todos.
interventions.
Muchas
Thank you
felicidades
all,
a todos
and I
quienes
congratulate
participaron.
all
Gracias
of
a
those who
todos
participated in the
quienes estuvieron
organization,
en
all of those who
en
participated
este
with their
evento. Un abrazo
presentations,
para la doctora
uh,
Sagrario, los
um,
alumnos de
um,
nosotros que andan por allá.
and also our students
Muchísimas
from
gracias
Monterrey who
por
are over there. Thank you
permitirnos
for
participar en
allowing us to
este
participate
importante
in
tema.
this
Muchas
important
gracias y
topic.
un
Thank
abrazo
you
para todos.
all.
Maestra doctora. Muy bien.
Very well.
Antes de dar la última
Before
palabra,
hearing
agradecer de
our
manera
last
personal
presenter, I would like to
todo
thank on a personal level
la solidaridad, el
the
compañerismo, la
solidarity,
presencia
companionship of the working team of our director,
la maestra Carmen Casas Ratia,
Professor Carmen Casas Ratia, and particularly Professor Roxana Medina
David
and
Martínez,
Mr. David
licenciada
Martinez,
Reina Ramos,
Miss Reina
profesora Silvia
Ramos,
Mejía,
Professor Silvia Mejia,
de la maestra
Professor Eunice
Eunice
Garcia. I don't know if
García.
she's here present with us.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you
maestra,
very
por
much,
esta oportunidad.
Professor Eunice, for
Sí,
all.
de la maestra Norma Morales,
Professor
muchas
Norma
gracias,
Morales,
maestra.
thank you very much, Professor.
Y por supuesto,
And of
de la,
course,
de la maestra Araceli
Professor
Borja, nuestra
Araceli
maestra
Borja,
de
our
investigación.
coordinator of research. And the rest of the team, of course, and certainly, without a doubt, our professor, dear Professor Efraín Reyes, Mr. Secretary General of the School of Social Work, the level of commitment that we were able to consolidate under your leadership. This, we have the message, final message, president of the RENIES and the director of the School of Social Work, Professor Carmen Casas Ratia.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for your kind words. I greet the members of the Presidium, of course, my dear friend Laura, that she was present through the different activities that were developed in this conference, regional conference. And I would like to share that I'm very happy and I particularly appreciate the presence of students from the school, National School of Social Work professors that were here today, that along with different groups that were integrated in these days of work, you actually perform graciously the activities and the tables and also cultural activities that were developed during these days. The Campechano Institute from Chiapas, the University Institute of Mexico was also present from Durango, the School of Social Work at the University Juarez, from the state of Mexico, the Stephen Hopkins de Guerrero, the University Vasco AC, the University of State of Mexico, San Luis Potosí, Tamaulipas, Veracruz, Zacatecas, as part of the organizing committee. I'm going to ask you for a big hand of applause for all of those who were here in this committee, either academic committee and organizing committee that made possible this moment. Thank you all. Big hand for them. Of course, a special uh, thanks for this committee that joined us with the leadership of Dr. Luis Torres Hostos. I'd like to share that besides the activities of this conference, they actually participated in many activities, academic activities, cultural activities, in topics that are joined with the topic of today, but also different topics of the expertise, additional of what was presented in this conference. Thank you very much to this committee that was present during these days. And of course, in this representation with the activities that were carried out during these days, we had the opportunity of having diverse activities. As you saw, many students and professors of this school took the time to sign two MOUs with the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley and with the University of Calgary to make possible to have the opportunity to work at the research level, academic work, research stays, academic stays, and student exchanges that we're studying to implement, and it's an important frame to work and take advantage of this mutual advantage of these opportunities. And we are very happy because we also had representations from the university through CDMED. That is the university seminar that fosters the immigration topics, refugees, and the forcefully displaced, also with some participation that we had of from Professor Gerardo Talavera and Professor José Loera. Then I saw them during these days with us from Casa Refugiados, and I'm sure they have had an important work where students from our school are actually carrying out their internship. And this is very important because it opens the possibility of sharing experiences and activities that we can also translate and motivate all of you, that we can have these experiences after through articles and publications and papers, because I think that motivates us to be able to work um, in a in collaboration, as Dr. Olga was mentioning, these experiences and these possibilities of exchange, particularly in the upcoming work projects that we have. So without further ado, I would like to thank you all very much. Dr. Christine Walsh, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us the possibility to establish a relationship at the institutional level of collaboration with the University of Calgary, which you are representing. And to all of you, thank you all. And I acknowledge you and I recognize you. And of course, we share the commitment of this school of National School of Social Work to promoting the academic work and the work itself for the different communities that we belong. So yes, we have a new journey. We have fulfilled the objectives of the seventh regional conference by recuperating with its entire magnitude the reflections and opinions and facts from the reconstruction and of the social um, aspects of the which gave shape this conference. And we're now working on the next venue. And we're going to be uh, working very close with the new Dr. Luis Torres Hostos. As he mentioned, we have an upcoming conference that he will integrate Central American people, people from America, Canada, and we're looking over other hemispheres. They can join us in 2023. Everyone is invited, and we are working a lot to make it possible. So just to share that we had almost 145 people in person, and in line we have more than 800 people through Zoom. And so I think that we have accomplished an important mission of exchange, but we have much to do. And by hearing some of the presentations, they were saying that the commitment from social work is very big, right? Studying and analysis, but also more in the participation. And what can we do with the different groups of the population? I don't want to extend more beyond my presence. If you could stand up. And at 3:40 p.m. February 16, I officially conclude the 7th Regional Conference of Social Work, Migration in Mexico, United States, Canada, and Central America, Exodus and Migrant Trajectories between Rupture and Reconstruction. Congratulations to all. Thank you to the interpreters. Thank you very much. And of course, Dr. Pedris Nardos mentioned this, but thank you to the team that are joining me, because without my team, we wouldn't be able to hold this conference. Thank you all. Thank you very much.